Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 8 of Never Before Seen. My name is AmberCyprian. I'm your host tonight as I bring you yet another set of speedruns of games that have never before been seen in mainline GDQ events. And as always, if you happen to speedrun a game that has never been run in an AGDQ, SGDQ, or GDQx event and you'd like to submit it to the show, type !NBS into the chat to find the link to be able to send me your runs, and I would love to have you on board. So first off, happy Mario Day. I'm glad to be able to feature some Mario runs tonight. But before we get started, we do have a few announcements. So this weekend we're having a Resident Evil special. This Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be having a Resident Evil marathon. So go check that out. Come see many of the mainline RE games being run into the night. AGDQ, I believe, has been organizing that, and AGDQ, who hosts speedruns from the Crypt, is an awesome host, so definitely check out that on Saturday night. So this Sunday also we are having the premiere of a new show called Speed Seasons 3. I'm actually the showrunner for that, so if you do enjoy me hosting, you can catch me this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's a fun, get-yourself speedrunning type of event that's open to anyone to join. So every 2 weeks, a new game and category is revealed, and it's a competition as well. So you're able to check out the new !SS3 command, find out all the information. You'll be able to find out what game has been revealed so far, as well as all the race dates if you're interested in either watching or participating. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, hi! We'd like to have you support our live content if you want to. And of course, consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/GDQ. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Please consider using your Prime Gaming account to subscribe to the GDQ Twitch channel. So tonight, we're celebrating Mario Day with fan games, a region-exclusive game, and an awesome RPG adventure as well. I'm really excited to have TP Assault here to get the show started with Paper Mario 3D Land. And go ahead and introduce yourself, and we can go ahead and get the run started.
Hello, I'm TP Assault on Twitch, more commonly known as Peter Astro. It's kind of a long story about TP Assault on Twitch. But anyways, this is Paper Mario 3D Land. I'm running 2 fan games tonight. So, yeah. This is a game made by DJ Coco, who also made, this Mario Kart fan game I can't remember the name of, and Mega Man Sunrise. So we'll start the countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So, you might think this is an RPG, this Paper Mario. It is not. This game plays more like a Super Mario World, or Super Mario 3D World, rather.
It looks a lot like Mario 3D Land.
Yeah.
Which is where the inspiration came from, I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably. So this game is a base platformer. There's none of the special moves you see on the other 3D Marios. It's just running and jumping with some power-ups thrown in. Okay, so there's a cycle skip you do. I think I screwed it up because I thought I didn't get the green star. You absolutely need to get green stars to finish the game. I don't recall exactly how many off the top of my head. But don't worry, that cycle skip only stays like 3 seconds. It's not a big deal in a marathon. That's what I just did there. Normally you have to sit through a long cutscene every time you beat a level, but because there's actually 2 things. 1, the game saves you having to beat a level the moment you hit the box. 2, there's a little delay between when you exit the stage and when you hit go back to map. So you can abuse those 2 things to outright skip the cutscene by selecting go to map, then hitting the box, and then you skip the cutscene. Time is not. It's actually pretty lenient, really lenient. It's a lot more strict when it comes to boss levels, but we'll get to that. So this level is, you have to do very tight health management. This last star at the end is really hard to do without getting damage. Well, it's hard to do fast travel without getting damage. I actually have gotten it without taking damage. I was very surprised. So there's 2 power-ups in this game that are completely original to this game. This is the Dandelion. It gives you a little boost in your jump, but it also lets you glide. And you're gonna see a lot of shortcuts. And wait to see what happens when I bounce off an enemy with the glide on. What is this? This is Paper Mario 3D Land, a really cool fan game. I recommend it. It's I like seeing more people speak on this game. Because like only 2 other people playing this game. It's pretty good for this game. I never played 1000 Year Door, so I didn't. No, this is not a mod. This is a standalone game. Imagine this. This is a pretty crazy mod if it was a mod. So I just skipped the little writing thing. Alright, this one's kind of... Whew! I did not... I thought... Yeah, because this is, trying to make the Paper Mario style, so they gotta reuse assets from our games. So, this is the first Ultra stage. Boom. That's what happens when you, bonk off an enemy in the glide. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I never played 1000 Year Door. I don't really care for turn-based RPGs that much, that's why I never played it. I played a little the first game, but I had emulation issues, so I didn't finish it. I only played for like 30 minutes, so not a big deal. Alright, so comes the first boss. Yeah, that stage was really short. This boss is kind of an all-scroller. Basically how it works, it's going to pump, like, squash down. And there's, like, see these, like, little gates, tiles? If it plops down in it, it will go into the lava and take damage. You have to do this 4 times in order to beat the boss. There's really no way to speed this up. Okay, so one thing about it, I'm not sure if there's like a countdown when to start the spinning animation after like some time standing still, or it's a set time no matter what. So I don't know, maybe there's potential optimization in this boss. I don't know. I was seeing that. Yeah, I'm self-commentarying. Yeah, I'm doing the commentary solo.
Yeah, I am here. I am along for the ride, and I actually really like how there is there's actually power-ups in this game, and also I have a question, since there's the green star mechanic I see, do you need to collect those for progression, just like in Mario 3D World and 3D Land?
It's to get the final level. Don't remember the exact number off the top of my head. So one thing that's kind of funny about this stage, none of the green stars waste any time here. None. Because they're all the olives going this stage. Whew! You gotta be careful of those fireballs. There is a backup, like shortly after the checkpoint to get another dandelion, but still. I could have asked people to commentate, but it's all good. Alright. Let me get this checkpoint just to save. You do not want to die. Because when you die, you actually have to recollect the, You're making you most interesting. This game is... Yeah, this is a fan game. Well, thank you for giving this game a chance anyways. Oh, wait, no, wait, I just forgot. I recently relearned that you could skip this part. So here you can... you cannot buy this game. Why is the resolution low? Because I set it low. My computer is not the greatest, so I cannot stream at super high quality. Also, I had to turn on frame skip because for some reason this game like was slow on my computer, which is weird. I ran this on an older computer back in the day, and it did not have this problem. That computer was much worse. I don't know what's the deal. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in the game. Man, this stage is kind of nice.
Super Mario 3D Land is certainly a game for sale. Super Mario 3D World is a game for sale. This is a fan game and is not a thing that you can buy.
Yeah, you can have this.
Yeah, if you are buying a fan game, don't buy a fan game.
Yeah, you made a horrible mistake.
You should play fan games, support the creators, but definitely take a look at this.
This is the dandelion. What it does is give you a little double jump and cover. So this is an auto scroller. You know, apparently there's a way you can sort of speed up by going to the checkpoint and dying. It totally saves a little bit. It doesn't really seem to save too much time. Also, I'd like to have the dandelion to get the 3rd star, because to get 3rd star is kind of tricky to get without the dandelion. The jump is very precise. The dandelion, it's super easy.
Yeah, the dandelion seems pretty OP.
Yeah, it is. So many insane skips you can do with this thing. Oh, also in here, we actually show the other new power-up. Yeah, this is a fan game made from scratch. I'm gonna assume the game was set. This game actually is on Twitch's game library, so if you ever have this game this channel in the future, set it to Paper Mario 3D Land. So I'm seeing the confusion's coming from. Yeah, this is really impressive. Like, I know there's a lot of really good fan games, but we don't really see a lot of 3D ones. All the good ones are typically 2D.
Yeah, it's using, like, the Mario sprite is from the original Paper Mario, but the enemy sprites, most of them are from, Thousand Year Door, from what I'm seeing. But I do know that, the game can run smoother on, more powerful computers. It does have a frame skip available for those who... Oh my god, what is that? Is that a duck?
No, this is the mole.
Oh, it's a mole, okay.
This power up you can do is go bury yourself on the ground. You do need it. Oh, never mind, lost it. So the reason I got that power up was do a quick kill, because if you're doing 2 damage, it stops. You can do like the ground, the dig with the mole, and it'll do 4 damage. If you do it really perfectly, you can actually one cycle this boss. Yeah, I screwed it up. No, coins don't really have a purpose beyond giving you 1-ups. Yeah, that's a good idea. If they create out like a Patreon or something, do donate to them. So yeah, that's the course clear. Not want the course clear. That's bad. Don't worry about. We're not gonna see the mole again until the final level. So if you want to see more mole action, then you're gonna have to wait. Okay. Those moles right there are so annoying. I actually dodged them once, but that's literally once I typically get hit. It's not a big deal though. So I'll actually do a little slightly different route here. Right behind, on the back, you do a somewhat big detour to get a green star. It takes a lot of time. I ditched in favor of 1 and 4-2. There's another star the world record gets that I ditched in favor of 1 and 4-2, because 4-2 has 2 stars that take literally no time to get. It's really weird. I don't. So yeah, there's improvement to the world record. You want to go after it? Woo! All right. You.
The game does have frame skip currently turned on to be able to run smoothly on
Yeah, for some reason,
PC that they're playing on.
for some reason, the computer has issues with this game, which is weird. I ran this on a much worse computer years ago, and it was just fine. Oh, is because I'm using my phone microphone, because I tried the whatchamacallit, voice audio balancer, and it screwed over the volume on my computer, so I had to uninstall and just using the phone mic. I really can understand. Okay, someone can understand, not bad. Whew. Alright, so I could do a small... Yeah. It's not a pure Aqua stream if I'm running on the good computer, no fact.
Oh, okay, that star is like right at the exit. Like, is that in the dead center of the pit, or at the door, and it looked like it was at the door?
Oh, wait. Also, I just realized my split's the accurate to the route, whatever. Yeah, I accidentally forgot to do the skip. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, this level's kind of tricky. So this is the flip switching thing. Oh, those blocks actually contain a backup dandelion. So if you actually lose a dandelion, you can actually go back to this level and grab one really, really quickly. It's good because you want to start pretty much all the following levels with dandelion. Someone donates. I know, right? My dad literally got me a under $500 laptop for college. His words, under $500. Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
If I recall, this game also was released in 2014, so fan games, depending on the engine that they were built in, can also like run a little strangely, regardless of your computer specs.
Yeah, this game's 2014. I have to wait a bit. Get the start. Okay. I know, right? Oh! Nah, that should not happen. Wait, I still have... Never mind, why did I go back? I thought I lost the dandelions, so that's why I went back to 3-3.
Oh yeah, I thought you were done for.
That Bobble Bomb is so annoying. It screwed me for once. Okay, so here's some cycle stuff I'm gonna try to do. There we go. There's some cycle skipping.
That power up is absurd. It's like it's not quite as absurd as like the golden Tanuki suit in 3D World, but it looks pretty strong.
Yes. It's one of those broken things I ever seen in a VM movie. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be like if they gave Mario in 3D Land or 3D World like the double jump or like spin jump that he gets from
Mario
Galaxy,
yeah.
and combined it with like the Tanuki hover from like the regular Tanuki suit in 3D World.
So what it paused, what I'm doing is a little way to skip the the stage clear and cutscene. What you do is hit pause, hit exit map, then go end the stage. Nice. So, all right, I probably should explain this boss. So how this boss works is hit the no. Okay, this boss is really, really annoying. By the way, I hate this boss. So with the boss buzz, it's gonna land these 3 blades. You have to ride the blade after it flips him with the shockwave to slice him up. One thing that's really annoying is that okay, not only can the blades damage you, but they actually are solid even when you're riding them, so you can bump into them. Also, as they gave me 2 chances to hit it. After the first hit, it will only give me 1 chance. It'll go the whole unleashing blades thing again. Yeah, a darker window, I said. Yeah, this boss is, So I've been able... Normally I do 3 cycles. It's actually possible to get 2. Also, what's kind of weird about this, when you're riding the blade thing, it doesn't let you pause the game, so I cannot skip the cutscene. Come on, 2 cycle. Yes! Alright, that was a horrible fight, but I got the 2 cycles, so not bad. Alright, I'm gonna go back to 3-3. Actually, for some weird reason, my attempts the game is crashing at 4-1, which is not really that big of an issue because the game autosaves. So I can just reboot the game if it crashes. But yeah, I don't know why. Alright, so not the dandelion. We're gonna go back. Now we're in the 4-1. You don't need the dandelion. There is another dandelion halfway through the stage, but wow. Dandelion saved a lot in the first half. Right here. really want to sandwich in that part. That's okay. Yeah, I couldn't skip that boss. That cutscene right after the boss because, like I mentioned, for some reason you cannot pause while riding the blade. It's really weird. Really. Oh, the game crashed! Yay! Don't worry, I'll just reload the game because the auto saves. I have no idea why it's been doing that lately.
I was gonna say, do you have any idea what causes that crash?
I have no idea. It also crashed once in 4-2. Yeah, it's mainly 4-1. All right, so the game needs to close. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, you just download it online. All right, so the game, I need to close the game, and then I gotta reboot the game. Don't worry, the next game's not gonna crash. I don't know why. The old computer never crashed. This game's weird. Skill task. End task. Why is the task not ending? Process. All right, don't worry. The run's still alive. I just have to reload the game. I know. Don't worry about the timer. The run's still live. I'm still gonna finish the game. Also, been underestimated. My estimate is extremely generous. Like probably too generous to be honest, but not a big deal.
I mean, when you have like a possible crash,
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about this crash at the time because I hadn't booted up the game like years before this. All right. I gotta get the game. All right. Now, all right. It's weird. The game crashes again. I'm getting annoyed.
the crash is totally RNG manipulation. You know, the usual memes.
Okay, so you can't go on that little block fire thing. Skip with it. That's a pretty hard jump. It does tilt. You can control the camera, but at some points it tilts automatically. All right, now we're in the car. So after that check, right the blocks right by the checkpoint. No, there's no stay states in this game whatsoever.
The game has an autosave.
Yeah, there's an autosave. That's part right there is another part where the game can crash. Okay.
This is Paper Mario 3D Land, which is a Mario fan game. Made by, I believe it was DJ Coco.
Yes.
If you want any information on the leaderboards or anything like that, you can check out the link that I just posted via the bot command there.
Alright, this next level is like probably the easiest level in the entire game, and it's near the end. That's really funny. Also, I'm gonna shout the 2 stars. Like, so this star.
Oh, is this low gravity?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I know, it's kind of random. And this other star here takes them down. I don't know why the Bulldozer didn't get these stars instead of the 2 us get. So do you want to get a time save? Do this like changing route.
It's like low gravity combined with this power up looks like incredible.
I know.
Yeah, this is actually music I don't recognize. It sounds like it might be from. Is this from Partners in Time?
I never played Partners in Time. Okay, this level is kind of hard. There's no backup gain line, and you need it for a big shortcut. Big shortcut. This is a very difficult level. And got all these electric balls in the way. Careful, careful. You're not getting it. Woo! No. Let's be honest. No power up will not be very interesting.
Yeah, that's a dandelion hat. It's a little hard to, like, tell what it is at first, but then when you see the yellow petals when the cloud bit is not active, you realize it becomes a dandelion puff.
Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's in here. Wow. Those jumps are really hard. I don't know why those end jumps are super hard. Okay, that was a fail. Don't tell me I think what happened just happened. Did you crash again? Okay, I probably should not be running some more marathons until I fix this. What's going on? Ah, nice. The game just... Okay, the game closed itself. Not bad, not bad.
Looks like Bowser's having a great time crashing the game, but for those of you who are curious, we do have a... oh, hey, that was quick.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Closed itself. Alright, let me go grab a, whatchamacallit, game line.
Mario becomes flying cauliflower man in the air. Thanks for that.
Can you, they're just aesthetic, you can't go in them. Okay, that was weird. I have not seen crash in that particular level. Yeah, I still don't know that. I still don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's a Windows 10. My old computer was on Windows 7. I have put this game compatibility mode in and fix things, so I don't know. One day I'll... if I actually decide to take this game seriously again, I'll try figuring it out. What is this? This is Paper Mario 3D Land, a really cool Mario fun game. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I don't. I cannot do the end. I don't know why these last jumps on the stage are way too tight. Way too tight. There we go. Alright, final level time. The final level is kind of lengthy. What was comparison to the other levels? Because the other levels like 0 seconds. Also, it's actually hard. Oh no, I lost the lion. Whatever. I'll have to improvise. I really didn't practice.
That Fire Bros was out for blood there. Was out for flowers, actually.
Line. Nope.
I find it genuinely impressive how they implemented the green tilting platforms.
Don't tell me the incorrect. Yeah, this game's very impressive for a fan game. Alright, let me go get a demon line. Waluigi. Everyone knows Waluigi's the best. That's why I made him in Mario Kart Wii.
I'm torn between Yoshi and Luigi. It used to always be Yoshi, and then everyone else I knew liked Yoshi, as I became an adult, so I was just like, yeah, no, I like Luigi. I'd always end up in Mario Party games where, like, someone would pick Yoshi before me, and I'm like, alright, I guess I'll be Luigi. Or Boo, if Boo is available.
I mean, you're Luigi, then you win by doing absolutely nothing. Don't you know?
It's one of the... I'll be real, I bought a Wii U back when it was the new console, because of Luigi's death stare in Mario Kart 8. I'm not kidding. Like, I was going to pass on the Wii U, and then the death stare started, and the memes came out, and it was all over.
Yeah, because this game is not very popular. There's only 2 other people who run this game. well, one out, two people to leaderboard. The other guy I don't think really did a serious run because it was like a 41-minute run, which yeah, it's still not really good. The other guy doesn't really speed run anymore. Like check their speedrun.com profile, they haven't done a run since like 2017. And if I can figure out a way to avoid all these crashes, I will totally try getting good at this and putting it in SGDQ. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna shop the Boll again, because we actually need the Boll to do a quick kill on Bowser. It's similar to the quick kill I was trying to do in the Boll 2 boss. Here you can see the bury underground thing.
Oh, that's actually a pretty cool mechanic.
Yeah, you do use it to get some stars. Like, there was one in 4-1 you needed it. I think there's one in... I forgot the others. Okay. Alright, we're good. The world record for this game is a 1919. Yeah, I'm pretty far off this world record. The world record is pretty good, but there is slightly poor route. It did, so it is improvable. Alright, so Bowser, this is not the real Bowser fight. There's two fake Bowser fights. This is the first one. Third, try running around him, it will not work. Actually, wait.
Fire.
I got to do my two Bowser split.
Oh, I enjoy the Super Mario Brothers reference there. Breaking the bridge out from him.
Yeah, the Boll is pretty old. So this game's not active. So Bowser can do another fight. Alright, so this fight, what you do tiny circles. If you try a big circle, you're gonna get hit, guaranteed. You gotta do tiny circle. You would. So you're doing 3 damage when normally do 2 damage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, alright, that's gonna be real good, especially for this fight. This fight would normally take forever, but well, I think you can do one cycle. I'm not a big deal in that first section because there's like a soccer ball kicking in.
Dandy Bowser.
Alright. I actually never got the quick kill. I never had Boll go into this fight before.
Yeah, both of those quick kills were absurd. Like, is it a 2 cycle if you don't have Mole?
I think it's actually 3 cycles you don't have Boll. Well, for the second part. The first part is, it's like, afterwards Bowser come up with the soccer ball and you just kick the soccer ball in him and you're done with that phase. The second phase, I think, is 3 cycles. Alright, so this is the final. So, after the boss, a pipe will come up. Time ends when I hit that pipe.
So the suit that you just got looks like a modified Mole suit. Is it any different, or is it
it's the same
properties?
It's the exact same. It just gives it to you if you need it, because you need to do it. You have to stand
That makes sense.
You have to stand very close to Bowser, or else you're not going to get it. This fight's pretty simple. This is honestly one of the easiest fights. This is probably the easiest fight in the game. It's the final boss.
Yeah, it gives you the Mole suit and everything. It looks like because there's no other way to fight it.
Yeah, you just stay in the ground, wait, throw, go back to the ground, wait, throw, go back to the ground, and you're done. Alright, and time. That's a 31:44. That was pretty bad. Alright. That was the first game. I have another game coming up. It's Sonic Boll. Probably wondering why I'm playing a Sonic game in a Mario Marathon. Well, it's actually a remake of Super Mario Bros. 1. It just lets you play Sonic characters. But I'm playing as Mario, because that'd be really weird if I did a Mario Marathon and played as someone that wasn't Mario.
Yeah. Do you have actually while we're here before we go into the quick break to get the next run set up, because we do need to go to a break real quick. Do you have any shout outs for anyone in the like the community or where people can find
I don't,
more of that?
I don't talk to any other two runners. They don't really run the
Just
game anymore.
okay. But if you
show someone the
go ahead.
mod Peanut for actually verifying a run. That's it. This game is dead. There's like no one who runs this. So I would highly recommend this. This is a very, very good speed game. There's like basically no RNG. It's very fast paced, no downtime. Good speed run.
Seems good to me. But we're gonna take a very quick break while we get the next run set up. It's gonna be Sonic Bowl. For those of you who know me even remotely personally, you know I can't resist anything referencing Sonic, and of course I'm gonna tongue in cheek, make a joke about playing Sonic on Mario Day. So, we will be right back right after this. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to episode 8 of Never Before Seen. My name is AmberCyprian. I'm the host for tonight, and we have yet another speedrun that has never been in a mainline GDQ event. As always, if you happen to speedrun a game that has never been run in an AGDQ, SGDQ, or GDQx event, and you'd like to submit it to the show, or maybe you know a runner who runs a game who wants to showcase it, send them my way. Type !NBS into the chat. You'll find the link to be able to send me your runs. I'd love to have more people submit. That said, we're on to our second run of tonight's Mario Day celebration, or I guess Mario Night now. This is Sonic Bowl with TP Assault once again. And of course, I couldn't resist putting a Mario and Sonic fan game in Mario Day. So go ahead and take it away.
All right, so you might be wondering what a Sonic game is doing here. So this is actually, it's similar to Super Mario Bros. Crossover, which I'm pretty sure everyone knows about. This is a remake of Super Mario Bros. 1. But it lets you play as Sonic character. But for this marathon, I'm playing as Mario, because that would make no sense to play as anything other than Mario. I'll tell about the other characters. So this is Ashura, which is some guy's OC. It's like a ground pound. Sonic plays like Sonic. Tails is the fly. Knuckles is the glide. Amy is the hammer where you can like do an uppercut with it. Metal Sonic just sucks. Mario's Mario. Luigi is like a hover. I forgot what this guy's called, but he has like a gun that can like paralyze things. And the kid has a dash, and power-ups will kill you. And if you shoot blocks or debris, you can kill you as well. And they have unlimited lives, the kid. We're playing as Mario. Alright, so you can actually play this with lost levels as well, but we're not doing that. We're playing regular Mario 1. This is 80%, so you're just... Oh, as the ball aspect, there's special stages in this game where you can like roll a ball in courses, collecting rings. It's actually pretty fun. If I knew where all the special stage gems were, I would totally run that. But anyway, I don't know, maybe another marathon. I'll shut up. Anyway, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. No, the guy was... okay, so this is... So Mario plays like Mario in regular game, but he has some new moves. He has a double jump. They're able to do like a little slide. Like right there. It's good to like kill enemies. No, the one before the I want to be the guy kid. The other character. Also, you have to mainly go into pipes. That's really weird. So also you have a wall jump. Alright, this is vaguely Mario 1. One thing that's kind of cool, reminders will actually exist in this game, unlike in Super Mario's Crossover. Around doing Minus World. That'd be a good donation to send our Ransom Charity Marathon.
I just want to shout out the Sonic 3D Blast music. That is one of the big reasons I was just like, I want this showcased. Because for those of you who don't know, I'm a Sonic 3D Blast speedrunner.
Oh, not bad.
And so big secret. That's why I'm about this.
This game is Sonic Boll. It's a remake of Super Mario Bros. 1, but like updated. It actually can do 8-bit graphics. It has updated mechanics.
I actually really like how Mario's moveset looks in this game. Like in all seriousness.
Yeah, it's way funner than Paper Mario. Also, it's cool you can actually skip the little intro cutscene. That's why this runs much. This is like almost a minute faster than Vanilla Mario 1, even with those no glitches. So, because you can't do the piranha glitch, you can do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, golden, not bad. This game actually is a pretty active community, unlike the previous game I ran. There's even a Discord if you go on leaderboards. I can't really shout particular runners because I really don't know any of them off the top of my head. I don't talk to all in the community. Anyway.
You can take a look at the community leaderboard right here via this command. If anyone is more interested in finding out like all the different characters and different categories that you can take a look at.
No, there's like a 100% category, like it should be Warpless category. They have one for like Warpless that's like Warpless and doing the special stage, but no regular Warpless. That's weird. I am failing miserably right now. Wow, what am I doing? This is bad. I estimate 6 minutes, I think okay. Don't be stupid. So if you do the double jump, you actually like spin on top of the piranha plants. If you enjoy these runs, be sure to follow me twitch.tv/tpassault. My next focus is going to be Mega Man X7 because I want to submit new game. New game plus, but I need to get a new game for SGDQ. I don't know, maybe we'll submit that to another Never Force game. It's never been a GDQ for some reason.
Yeah, I think Mega Man X7 is like one of the only ones that hasn't been in.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's some others like Rock'em 14, the Mir Shira. Legends 2 has never been in. I'm trying to think of other official ones. The Extreme games.
I think the Battle Network series.
Oh yeah, Battle Network's never been. Star was never been in. I think that's it. I don't think has Miss Adventures of Trombone been in. I can't remember.
I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was in a very early one.
I mean, that game's not popular at all, so I would not be surprised it's never got in.
I mean, it's popular, I think, in a casual sense. I don't think I've ever seen a speedrun of it, and that means that you should probably check it out because I like obscure speedruns.
I never played, so... what's going on? Normally, I'm like really, really good at this game. My PB is pretty solid. Oh, and again, I was dedicating a lot of practice time to Paper Mario 3D Land. That was pretty dumb. I hope it don't be over. For a game where we love you really bad.
Like, I would assume, much like Super Mario Bros. 1, there is no save function, but are you able to start at the beginning of the world that you game overed in?
I have no idea. Actually, I don't think we're game over. No, we're not playing Infinite Lives. I don't even think there's Infinite Lives in this game. This is the final level, like the regular game. This maze.
This boss music is
the ball aspect is
absurd.
special stages. They're pretty cool, actually. Whew. I have to make sure I remember to get the mushroom before I fight Bowser, because I need to do this. Oh, also you can ground pound. I actually totally forgot about that. Yeah, it's Boll. B-O-L. And nice, I died right before the final boss. Not bad, not bad.
You got blocked right into the hammer. That's okay. We get more of this like jammin' music right now.
Oh, that was really stupid. Oh yeah, I forgot. If you ground pound to a fight, you like rocket out of it. I totally forgot that was a thing. So don't ground pound to fights. Just don't. You never do that. No, it's not Sonic 1 physics. That would be an interesting hack. Like, I know there's a hack of Sonic 2 which turns into a Mega Mix game. Something like that actually is possible. Let me guess, that's something you can. GG's. Alright, I'm on last. Yeah, it's a crossover remake of Mario 1. With Mario 1 with Sonic characters, the kid might want to be the guy. Some guy Sonic OC, and a character from a game I don't know.
So Ashura's actually like a glitched palette, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think Ashura is just a glitched palette of Sonic that was given a name and put into a mod.
Alright, done. Woo! That was a bad run.
But it finished.
Yeah, it was a bad run.
That's what's important. The run finished.
Yep, so those are my runs. Have fun with the rest of the marathon. And if you like what you see, follow me on Twitch and I'll give you more speedrunning content in the near future.
Yeah, check out the runner at twitch.tv/tpsassault. There we go. If I can... There we go. We sent it. I thought I typoed the name. Which I am notorious for not being able to type. But anyways, thank you very much for doing those runs. And I really enjoyed just being able to hear 3D Blast music in the middle of Mario Day. So, we're gonna go to a quick break while we get the next run ready. We're gonna have Supersonic running a region-exclusive variant of Mario 1 on the Famicom Disk System. It's called All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers. So, like, we'll have to explain a little bit about where that came from. But that is, as a reminder, we have a weekend event for Resident Evil. We have a Resident Evil special on Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be having a Resident Evil marathon where you can see many of the mainline Resident Evil games being run all into the night. This Sunday, we're having the premiere episode of Speed Seasons 3, a fun get-yourself speedrunning type of competition. It's open to anyone for anyone to join, and every 2 weeks a new game and category is revealed, so be sure to check out the !SS3 command to be able to find out what's been revealed so far, how you can get into participating, as well as all the race dates if you are interested in watching or participating. Information on all of our Hotfix shows is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, which you can also, like, find out when Speed Season 3 is airing. From there, you can find out more information about submitting your runs to any of our weekly shows. And your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support our content every week. So thank you very much for supporting our shows. But we will be right back after this quick break, so stick around. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Never Before Seen. My name is AmberCyprian. I am your host tonight as we bring you yet another set of speedruns of games that have never before been seen in mainline GDQ events. As always, the general reminder, if you happen to speedrun a game or know a runner who runs a game that has never been run in an AGDQ, SGDQ, or GDQx event, and you'd like to submit it to the show, type !NBS into the chat, and you'll be able to find the link to be able to send me your runs. I almost typed NAB or NBA. What am I typing? There we go. I should just leave the typing to chat. Let's be real. Anyways, tonight I have Supersonic, now with an underscore instead of 71087. The artist formerly known as Supersonic 71087. On board tonight, welcome back to the show, and he's going to be running the All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers. This. You explain the origin. This is a really cool version of the game.
All right, well, hello everybody. My name is Supersonic. This is All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers, which is actually a retool of the Lost Levels. Now, although you will see a lot of the levels from Super Mario Brothers and a mix of Lost Levels stages as well, there's kind of a few quirks in the game as we'll see it uh, in progress. So, with that being said, we'll just go ahead and start with the run, and I'll explain what's going on in as far as the lore too. So we'll do a reset, and I'll do a countdown. We'll go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we are actually not in the Mushroom Kingdom. This is actually the Viva Kingdom. This is actually a dream world in All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers, so this is technically not a real world. Now, this is actually a collaboration between Fuji Television and Nintendo. This was originally released on the Famicom Disk System, and this never came to the States. So this was only a promotional game from Japan. So yeah, so this is actually a lot like SMB1. There are lost levels physics in this game, and you have the ability to choose between Mario and Luigi. But since it's Mario Day today, we will be playing as Mario. And he practically
Luigi's the better brother.
plays the same as the original Mario. Although he does bounce off the enemies a lot higher. So that is actually taken from Lost Levels. Now, we will be seeing a lot of different enemies as well as the mushroom retainers, and I will pretty much describe who they are. And yeah, this is a pretty cool game. It's not really well known since it is a Famicom Disk System exclusive. I am actually playing on the original hardware, so we will be seeing a loading time later in the run for when the worlds change from 4-4 to 5-1.
The piranha plants look ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people may be familiar with the show MXC or Takeshi's Castle. That piranha plant kind of reminds me of one of the hosts from that show.
Yeah. Let me actually find out who exactly each of these enemies are supposed to be. So, so funny enough, Fuji TV went on to publish Yume Koja Doki Doki Panic, which was later localized as Super Mario Bros. 2. However, let me see. I just want to find out exactly who is who here.
Yeah, this mushroom retainer we just saved, her name is Miyuki Nakajima. I don't even know who any of these hosts are. I just know the names practically.
Oh yeah, so the Goombas, the little Goombas and piranha plants are changed to big-headed caricatures of All Night Nippon's Friday night DJ Sun Plaza Nakano-kun, and are respectively called Okapi and Pakun Okapi. So Okapi is a reference to Sun Plaza Nakano's theme song in All Night Nippon. And then the mushroom retainers are changed to the hosts of the original show as well.
All right, something I actually did in 1-4. I set up a glitch called Small Fire Mario. This glitch does exist in the original game as well. So pretty much what you need to do is you need to be either Big Mario or Fire Mario, and you have to grab the axe and hit Bowser at the same time. So pretty much what it does is it potentially finishes the level. However, it pretty much damages Mario. So the game gets a little confused into thinking you got hit, but you beat the level at the same time. So they're going to keep him big. However, he has the properties of small Mario. So it's kind of like a reverse effect in a way. So then the first power-up you see is a mushroom. So it'll turn him small. And then you get the fire flower, which will give him fire, as well as the luxury of a small hitbox. So we don't have to do like any duck jumps or anything like that. Now, a few differences between this and the original. Fireworks do work differently in this game. So when you have an odd number of the last number of your coin count and it matches the last number of your timer, you'll get 3 fireworks. If it's even, you'll get 6 fireworks. In the original game, there is 1 firework, but it doesn't exist in this game. And also, if you have a multiple of 11 in your coin count, you'll get a 1-up plus the fireworks, whether it's odd or even. So hopefully we won't be getting too many fireworks here, although my coin count is actually pretty bad, so I gotta slow down a little bit. So yeah, fireworks do waste time in this game. 3 fireworks is roughly 1 second, and then 6 fireworks is roughly 2 seconds. All right, so I am doing a glitch called, they call it Mario Copperfield in the old like game facts pages and whatnot. It's pretty much showing Mario skating on 1 foot. I'm pretty much doing that to manipulating Bowser's fireball. And this mushroom retainer here is Takaaki Ishibashi. Again, I don't know who any of these hosts are, I just know the names.
These caricatures are great.
I love it. Like, when I saw this game, I was like, you know what? I have to pick it up for a run. And I started running this back in 2017. And I haven't actually run it since, but this game has picked up a lot of traction, like just early last year. And since then, the world record has changed a couple times. I used to hold the record for this game back in 2017 through 2018. And then GTA 99 held it for the majority of 2019. And then a couple of new runners by the names of the Rudy and Mars02, they both held the record for this game as well. All right, so we are in 3-2. Like, already we're in World 3. We haven't really been talking about the game too much. So, also, I got to thank Goofy here. Goofy Chocobo is another runner of this game. We do that fireball combination while saying thank you, Goofy, to match with the music. It actually despawns a Goomba at the end, so it makes it a little easier to jump onto the stairs.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we always thank Goofy for that. All right, 3-3. So as you're noticing, there are a lot of similarities between this game and the first game. However, in this version, it doesn't have like those balancing, like this thing that we're just passing right now. They're just pretty much dropping platforms. So when you stand on them, they'll just start to like lower or descend like really quickly. All right, 3-4. This game does have frame rules, which is pretty much an increment of 21 frames or 0.35 seconds. Although I don't really know which frame rule I'm on, so I will be playing a lot of these safely. Let's see, Bowser's jumping forward again to shoot him down. And Bowser takes 5 fireballs to kill. Also, this host right here is Noritake Kinashi. This one looks pretty funny. It was like a gigantic head with like a small body. But yeah, anyways, frame rules. So I'm sure like a lot of you may have heard the analogy with the bus stop. So every 21 frames, a bus would leave the end of the stage. So depending on how fast you are within those 21 frame increments, will pretty much not guarantee, but like determine the patterns that you get in the following stage after. All right, so we're heading into 4-2. So yeah, pretty much a lot of these levels are the same as Mario 1. Just the only differences are the power-ups are placed in different spots. So a lot of them are not in the same area that we're pretty much accustomed to in the original games. Also, bottom route, best route for 4-2. This also applies to the SMB 1 as well. And in this section, there's normally 2 Koopas here, but there's only 1 in this game. Alright, just like that, we're done with 4-2. Alright, 4-3. There is a frame rule called Sky Boots. This also applies to this game as well. And pretty much you just have to hold right the entire level. Like, you can't really bonk it to anything. Let's see, that was a little sketchy there, but thankfully we didn't fall off. Alright, it's kind of hard to tell, but there was like a pixel underneath Mario. We call that Sky Boots, but in this case, since we're small, it's Sky Butt. So it's a little different, but pretty much the same exact thing. Now we're in 4-4. This is a maze level, but this maze level is a lot different compared to the original. So we go bottom first instead of the top. And then in this part, gotta uncover this block and go up here. Gotta watch out for that fire bar. Okay, I gotta play this a little safe. I didn't quite get like favorable fire bar there. Normally I would get hit there a lot, so I have to play that a little carefully. And this host right here is Kyoko Koizumi. Another caricature of a gigantic head with a tiny body. And this is where the loading time comes in. So in the Famicom Disk System versions, between 4-4 and 5-1, you will get a loading screen. And while we time these runs, we pretty much take out the black frames of the loading time, and that's how we get the times without loads. And that's how we normally time them. This also applies to lost levels as well, since that is also synonymous to a loading time. Oops, jumped a little short there. Totally fine. I'm gonna slow down here.
You are flying through these levels.
Yeah, we're already halfway through the game. So World 5 is usually pretty difficult. Thankfully that bullet bill didn't shoot in the beginning. Normally he would. And in the following stage coming up, we will be seeing some lost levels stages. I usually like to say lost levels, but that sounds really silly, so I just say lost levels stages. Just to sound like somewhat grammatically correct.
If you want additional silly, I can also read the actual plot of the full plot of the game.
Sure, go for it.
So this plot is nearly the same as, you know, Super Mario Bros. 1 and the Lost Levels, except that it takes place, as Supersonic said, in the Viva Kingdom, in the dream world of All Night Nippon, which is a Fuji TV late night Friday show in Japan at the time. The Turtle Tribe has kidnapped Princess Peach and several radio show hosts. Oh, it's not a TV show, I'm sorry. It's a radio show. While turning the mushroom people into rocks, bricks, and microphones. One host, Sun Plaza Nanako-kun, Nakano-kun, I completely jumbled that, was tricked by King Koopa and transformed into a minion, which is what you see in the Goombas and the Piranha Plants. And Mario must rescue Princess Peach because she has the power to restore the Viva Kingdom. So it's almost the exact same plot, but, like, Bowser decided to trick radio hosts and kidnap them and turn mushroom people into bricks and microphones, so.
Oh dear. Yeah, I actually had a death in 5-3 because there was a bullet build that was pretty much right underneath me. Okay, you know what? We are going to forego small fire for the remainder of the run. I could have actually set up there for small fire, but we're going to go with big fire for the remainder. Also, this is Takeshi Kitano. All right, already in World 6. We've got a couple more worlds to go in this run.
There's also apparently worlds A through C. Or, sorry, worlds A through D.
Yeah.
In this game.
Yeah, the way you access the letter worlds is you have to beat the game 8 times, and you will get these stars on your title screen. And once you're on the title screen, you hold A and press start, and it'll load the letter worlds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's some variations between like some lost level stages in that one. Because it also kind of copies the lost levels, worlds A through D. For most of the stages, there are like some that are a little bit different. And somewhat easier too. Even though they're supposed to be like really challenging. Alright, so 6-2. Not much to explain here. This is pretty much the same as the SMB1 6-2, with the exception of I can actually grab the flagpole at with the 3 at the end, since I don't have a matching coin number. Otherwise, like in SMB1, we would have to slow down just a tiny bit to get a 342, so we would avoid the fireworks. First we got 6-3. Normally I like to take the bottom route, which is more scarier, but I'll take the top route for this one. So that Koopa is not in the SMB1 version.
That Koopa looked like a jerk.
Yeah, I had to like shoot him down. Otherwise I would have gotten hit or something. And now we have 6-4 coming up. This is the same as 4-4 from the Lost Levels. Normally in SMB1, we would see repeats of a lot of stages, but in this game, we're just getting variations of SMB1 and Lost levels in there. So pretty much every level is unique to this run. I want to be sure I want to keep fire at the end of 6-4 because 7-1, that's when things get a little dicey. I'll play this a little safe here. Okay, got some lag because of hammer throws of Bowser. And this right here is Daisuke Matsuno. Now this guy kind of looks like he's dressed as a Mario brother, but
Yeah, almost.
it's pretty close.
Looks like he has overalls.
Yeah. All right, so we got 7-1, which is technically the battlefield stage because we see all of these bullet bill cannons. Also, the Hammer Brothers are moving forward, so they're pretty much charging at us here. Which is why I wanted to keep
those are
fire.
lost levels. Yeah, those are lost level jerks.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I wanted to keep fire specifically for 7-1, just so I could shoot through those Hammer Brothers. Yeah, also another thing to note here, this is actually a retool. And normally people would say this is like a ROM hack, but this is actually like an actual retool done by the Nintendo developers themselves. Which is like probably the one thing I found out about when I was researching this game is like, what is a retool? So I had to look it up. Oh, that's pretty neat. Also,
Yeah, so
I despise water stages.
I think
go on,
everyone
Amber.
does. So this version is based on, as we've said before, the Japanese radio program All Night Nippon. It was actually given out in a contest on the show itself to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the program in the upcoming year, which would have been 1987. To get the disc, listeners were told to send a postcard with interesting content, and if that content wasn't good enough, they would be entered into a raffle. The Famicom, so the Famitsu magazine and Famimaga magazine also gave out 20 copies each to their readers in a lottery. Most winners received their copy in February or March of 1987, but initially only 3,000 copies of this game were produced, but a limited number were additionally created for mail order due to the high demand. So, like, people really wanted to play this game. Like, to the point where they republished the game.
All right, we just went through 7-3, which is the same as 6-3 in Lost Levels. And now we're heading into 7-4, which is a maze level. However, it's completely different, even though it has the same exact level layout. So first off, instead of going bottom, we got to go top. And instead of the middle, we go top again. And then we do have to go top for this one. And then for the second section, we got to go top, middle, and then bottom. Normally it would be top, middle, top. And this would pretty much take us to Bowser. Bowser is being a jerk, but no big deal. We got him down. And this is Hideyuki Nakayama. I kind of wonder what that thing is on her head. Probably like a veil or something. Anywho, we're on the last world of the game. This is 8-1. Pretty much the same as you would see in SMB1. But of course, we got different terrain, like the Lost Levels terrain. And of course, we got like the different Goombas and the different piranha plants. Also, the star is
The
not
microphone bushes.
here. Yeah. Normally, that block that I broke would be the star, but the star is actually that lonely block right there. They pretty much move those around. We're just gonna go ahead and shoot one of those Koopas just so we could get through safely.
Yeah, no, it was the bad submissions that would go into a raffle, and I think the actually interesting content probably just got sent the game directly without having to hope for a raffle. I'm not too sure about that. Like, the information I have on hand doesn't quite clarify that.
Yeah, I actually haven't really looked into it that like in depth, but yeah, that does sound about right though. Oh gosh, that was a little scary. Okay, we got 2 more stages to go. 8-3, Another level that is the same as SMB1's 8-3. But of course, we got Hammer Brothers moving forward, so. Okay, that bullet bill was cutting it close. Alright, just got a few more bros to shoot down. I'm just hoping one of these won't jump. Also, they like to throw the hammer, like, after their shot. They try to, like, take you. Like, you know, you shoot me down, we'll take you with me.
I mean, that is the way to, that is the Koopa way.
All right, we are at our final stage, 8-4. Did a buffer jump at the beginning. We're gonna take this part a little safe and enter this pipe here. Now we're into the water section, which is pretty much pitch black. And when I was a kid playing Lost Levels the first time, I thought this was actually soda water. And this was because of like how dark it is. Oh, so we went right through the piranha plant there because the hitbox wasn't exactly active. Also, we're gonna shoot that Koopa down. I did not mean to hit that guy. Okay, we're just gonna have to take the rest of this small. No problem.
You got this.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take that part a little safe. Now we're in the final room. Everybody say hi to Bruce. This is Bruce right here.
Yep, that's definitely an imposter. That's Bruce.
Yeah, we gave him the
Bowser's,
name Bruce for whatever
distant
reason.
cousin.
Also, time's coming up at the axe, or the eyeball, I should say, and time.
Nice. That's a GG right there.
And of course, we get a door for our victory. Actually, no, we don't. This is our victory once we get the loading screen back up. Peace is paved
Peach.
with kingdom saved. Hurrah to Mario, our only hero. This ends your trip of a long friendship. And we actually saved Princess Peach, who's actually wearing a kimono.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice sprite. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for that run. Where can the lovely people in chat find you? By the way, that run was a 21:22, if you were curious.
I'll take it. That is,
yeah.
After that death in 5-3, I was pretty glad how well the run went after that. But anyways, you guys can find me at twitch.tv/supersonic_. On Twitter, you can find me at supersonic71087. And I do have a Discord, which is in my Twitch bio. You can join the Discord there. You can find out when I go live. I pretty much stream nightly. I'd be doing like various retro speedruns, mostly known for like Mario, Sonic, and Animaniac speedruns. So yeah, if you definitely want to come by and hang out, just feel free.
Yeah, thank you again. Like, it's always good to have you on the show. If y'all are interested in checking out our YouTube, we do have past episodes of this show as well as other GDQ runs and other hotfix shows as well. So if you ever want to check out the past content, you certainly can. And Supersonic was on one of my earlier episodes, the Cartoon Games episode, running Animaniacs. So I'm glad to have you back. You're a good friend of mine too. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Amber.
Absolutely. And as a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, hi, we would love to have you over here on twitch.tv/GDQ supporting our live content if that's something you fancy. If you do have an Amazon Prime account, also, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. And please consider using that Prime Gaming account to subscribe to the GDQ Twitch channel. For those of you who are live here with us, you can also use your bits as well to support the content that we bring you every single week with GDQ Hotfix. That said, we are going to take a quick break. We have one more run. It is Paper Mario Paper Mario. I like Paper Mario, but no. This is the other Mario RPG. It is Mario and Luigi, Partners in Time. I was thinking partner and said paper. Oh my goodness, but we have Snowyon showcasing that, and I am excited to be able to bring you an awesome RPG adventure. So, without any further ado, we'll be right back after this quick break, so stick around. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to episode 8 of Never Before Seen. My name is AmberCyprian, and I am going to be your host for the last run of the night. But don't worry, it is a nice and long run. We are celebrating Mario Day here with Snowy and other friends. So just a moment as a general reminder, if you do happen to speedrun a game or you know someone who does, and you'd like to have them showcase the run or submit it to the show, type MBS into chat if it has never been seen in an AGDQ, SGDQ, or GDQx event. So I would love to have everyone on board, but I'm not going to keep y'all any longer. We have Mario and Luigi, not Paper Mario, partners in time with Snowy and friends. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, and we can go ahead and get this run started.
Yo, what's up? I'm Snowy. I'm the world record holder for this game.
I'm Ghost Kumo. I used to run this game along with Snowy, particularly all bosses.
And I'm Migu. I've done a lot of glitch hunting, strats, and tools to speedrunning for this game.
Yeah.
We'll be coming with commentary.
All right. So if we're ready to go, I'm ready to start whenever. All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
So the important thing to note with the start here, we are doing this on the Japanese version. It is the fastest version, although any version other than North American is actually viable to run. So, but yeah, it is important.
All right. So right off the bat, you saw that I was messing around with like the menu and stuff, and that's gonna come in. It's gonna be important very late in the run. We actually did some RNG manipulation, believe it or not, which is a thing in this game, but we'll see how many of you remember it when it actually comes into play. Right now I just have an extra timer running in the background, but you'll notice we're playing on the Japanese version, and version doesn't matter. You can play on the European and Japanese version, but I play on the Japanese version because I only have a Japanese Wii U. But there's this very specific reason we don't play on the North American version. If somebody wants to kind of explain why.
So the North American version of this game was actually the first version that was released, as was common for a number of Nintendo games at the time. Mario, Luigi Superstar Saga is also like this. And there's some balance issues and some glitches that they needed to iron out when they released the two, when they released the game in Japan and Europe. Rather infamously for this game, the stats of many bosses are significantly higher defensive-wise. Like, a boss will have several hundred more HP on the North American version than they will on the Japanese, European, etc. Also, the most infamous thing of this game is its insistence on giving you tutorials.
Yeah, right there we hit a tutorial on accident, but it's okay. It's a pretty short one. Hopefully I can make up for it on the second one. But yeah, right now it's pretty much just teaching you how to use the babies, and of course the main plot of this game starts. The shrooms start invading the Mushroom Kingdom of the past. Don't think about the logistics of the story too much, because it definitely doesn't make any sense, but we'll just pretend like it does.
It's funny and comical and charming. I love it.
Yeah, when you think about time travel, just forget everything you know about time travel and it'll all make sense, I promise.
Yeah, essentially the premise is Princess Peach wants to go on a vacation, so she takes a time machine to the past, and of course that never goes well whenever she tries to do anything away from the castle, because in the past there was an invasion of aliens called the Shroobs, these purple mushroom weirdos. I love the Shroobs. They have so much charm and character despite not actually speaking a language that anyone understands.
Most people consider this to be the darkest Mario and Luigi game, for good reason.
Oh, egregiously so.
I would consider it to be the darkest Mario game in general, to be honest. Most Mario games aren't really known for their story, but you know. All right, so there's a lot of text in this game, and you'll see that. Of course, it's an RPG. But something interesting about this game that is unique to this Mario and Luigi game is that you can mash through text with all 4 face buttons. There are 4 face buttons on the Nintendo DS, A, B, X, and Y. But also, you can mash text with the L and R buttons as well. So I kind of do a method. I play on GameCube controller, which is allowed. But I do a method where I kind of roll my thumb all the way across the A, B, and X buttons, and also mash the L button at the same time, and that normally gets us through text about as quickly as possible. Migu knows a lot more about text. I don't know if it's when the text box doesn't make a sound when you get a frame perfect or whatever, but
I think if you do like frame perfect text boxes on a few in a row, it can still make sound.
So real quick to note, he is running on the Wii U version. Given the, I don't know, it is hardware acceleration or what. Essentially, the Wii U version of this game runs a little bit faster. Like across the course of a 2.5-hour run, it saves. We estimate. We don't really have a great idea. We estimate a little over a minute.
yeah, a minute to a couple minutes. We're not really sure. Nobody's actually went through and timed everything. I've done a few tests, and like some cutscenes start faster. Some loading zones are faster. There's a bunch of stuff. It's 100% faster. We're just not exactly sure how much faster.
The trade-off is it's a little bit harder because of input delay, which is going to come into play really, really badly towards later portions of the run. It does have one other advantage for marathon runs, though, which we'll demonstrate in the final fight. So, this right here is kind of meant to be the first, like, boss, but it's because it has the boss music, but it's really a tutorial fight. Essentially, so you saw that we were playing as the babies earlier. We're going to eventually reunite the babies, and the Mario and Luigi games operate where every character is controlled by an individual button. In this game case, Mario is controlled by the A button, Luigi's controlled by the B button, and the babies are X and Y. This game, being that it was developed actually before the DS software was fully realized, doesn't really use a lot of the DS features other than the dual screens. Which the sequel, which is probably a little bit more well-known, Bowser's Inside Story, makes a lot more use of, but I actually think that it makes this game considerably more fluid, and I really enjoy the way this game uses like the 4 face buttons to each bro. It gives it this little depth of dynamic that works very well, especially given that this is a sequel to Superstar Saga, which only had the A and B. Anyways, the intro to this game is probably its worst part. There's about 20 minutes of, like,
Story.
23 minutes of story, cutscenes, tutorial bosses, etc.
But it's not all that bad. We're gonna be going to a pretty unique area of the game, which should honestly have been its own like area. It shouldn't just be subjected to just being the tutorial area. But we don't talk about that. But yeah, lots of text, and the method for mashing, you can lose minutes to mashing in this game. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
How important mashing is in a game like this. And that's something that's can be carried across all the Mario and Luigi games. You have to be good at mashing. I would say probably all RPGs as a whole.
All RPGs that don't have like hold to advanced text like Paper Mario 64 does, which they really should have just put that into more games.
They really should have.
But as somebody who runs a lot of RPGs, it's a thing that just kills me. It's like, you have, fast advancing text and you just haven't been able to put it into everything.
Hold to mash was my favorite thing, and they put it in 64 but not in TTYD, and I was so upset.
I know, it sucks.
TTYD would
by the
be
way, these
such a
screens
better
kill the bit rate. These screens of going back in time kill the bit rate sometimes. That's just a thing that happens, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, the time holes, they're pretty advanced for what it is,
Yeah, so the premise, Peach doesn't return, and her ship returns with an alien inside of it, so it means we need to go find the princess somewhere in the past.
we get introduced to our companion here, which is the companion for the whole game. Superstar Saga doesn't have a companion, really, but this game gives you Stuffwell, and of course, Starlo, and the next few games. Everybody kind of forgets about
Stuffwell is still the
Stuffwell.
best.
Yeah.
Stuffwell's the best. He talks funky. He's like a more tame, good guy version of Fawful in some ways.
If we could
Sadly,
actually,
Fawful is...
I was gonna say if we could read his text, he's snarky and he's likable, where Starlo is mostly nice and doesn't really have that much character. I think Stuffwell has a lot more character.
Starlo is super snarky. What are you talking
Starlo
about?
is sassy, okay, but I think Stuffwell's better. All right, I'll say
Yes,
it.
I agree.
I'll say it.
Mhm.
All right, so this is
Yeah.
the tutorial for jumping. You know, pretty straightforward stuff.
Continuing the trend of Mario and Luigi games where both bros talking gibberish.
This is very similar to Stardust Fields, except we don't learn spin jumping and high jumping, sadly. It's something that's gonna happen a little later on. It'd be nice, but there's a trend for the Mario and Luigi series is that as the games progress, there are increasing amounts of tutorials. This game's not too terribly bad. Bowser's Inside Story becomes a bit more apparent and annoying, and then Dream Team, they kind of flood you down with the tutorials. But it's not too bad in this game, I would say. All right, we're gonna do something very important here on these stairs. Let's see if you guys can catch it. All right, so that's called a stair hop. That one's probably one of the hardest in the run, just because it's a vertical instead of something horizontal. But if you, I don't know exactly how you would explain it, but if you hop up a stair and then hold the direction opposite of the stair and then jump again, you can move upstairs at full walking speed. Because normally,
Normally when you go upstairs, they're moving at a slow speed, so you tap perpendicular to the stairs and then jump the direction to go up the stairs, and it gives you increased speed. So there's a few little bits of movement tech here, but I promise there's going to be a lot more interesting stuff coming up too.
yeah. So stair hopping is going to be pretty important in this area right here. Lots of stairs. We get to show it off a little more, hopefully. You can obviously tell when I miss it on these. Varying slopes. There are different slopes in this game. You can obviously tell if I miss it.
Yeah, the slowdown depends on how steep the slope is.
Alright, this is a pretty rough tutorial, so if I hit yes, I'm not going to feel that bad. Alright, didn't hit yes. It's actually faster to have Luigi get hit here. Not sure by how much, but as long as it's faster, that's what matters. Of course. Alright. So, lots of tutorials, but it's all good. This is going to be a healing tutorial, showing you how to heal if you couldn't tell already from the menu.
You use mushrooms.
So if you guys are wondering where the meat and potatoes of the run is, I promise it comes later. I would argue that this is the third most broken Mario and Luigi game. I would still consider Dream Team to be less broken than this game. But
Yeah.
undoubtedly, Paper Jam is the most broken Mario and Luigi game. Like, we can all agree. If you've ever seen a Superstar Saga run, you know it gets crazy, but Paper Jam still has it beat, I think.
Yeah, Superstar Saga still has like half of the run where you play it as a relatively normal game.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's
This town
harder to
here
actually do something that breaks the game in that game.
Yeah, so this town here kind of just showcases a recurring theme that happens in this game. Troops show up, they kidnap people, they blow everything up. They kind of make everyone's day worse.
So I have a bit of a
And
game
we need
theory,
to-
but I think that this area here was supposed to be like a full area by itself, and they just kind of ran out of time and threw it atop the tutorial area here. because there's so much here, right? Like they gave the toads unique like characters. Like they made this guy Santa Claus. Like I feel like this was supposed to be an area for the later part of the game, because there's no snow level in this game, and this is the only part where there's snow. So I don't know. Feel like we're missing
That's
out.
possible.
Because this game was pretty rushed, right? Like,
It's more like it had like this awkward transition in development, because it was, I think, originally meant to be developed for. They were developing it on GBA software before the DS's development software was fully out. So they had to kind of shift it over. There's definitely some aspects of this game that do feel kind of rushed, but I still think it actually holds up really well.
it does. It came out 2 years after Superstar Saga, I believe, which is incredibly fast. So the fact that they managed to make this game in 2 years is pretty incredible.
I would like to point out that as much as we've mentioned how broken this game is, it took a very long time for the glitches to really come to fruition. There was actually, many years ago, a Let's Player you've probably heard of by the name of Chugga Conroy mentioned something like, this being a game that probably has a really easy world record because nobody had run it. And partly because it was on the DS, partly because there just wasn't a lot of speed tech for the longest time. It was really only routed and worked on by one person who we have to absolutely credit for so much of this run. Huge shoutouts to Anwanu, the pioneer of this game. Without him, I don't think hardly anything with this game would be where it's at now. But we thought this run was going to be very hard to break, so we had very few skips or tricks in the run. And then what ended up happening back in 2017 was a revolution. A couple of the taskers and glitch hunters for Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, Solidified Gaming, and Really Tall, both came in, and they were kind of bored and done with breaking Thousand-Year Door to bits. So they came over to Partners in Time, and kind of almost on a dare, just started finding trick after trick and glitch after glitch to break this game just wide open.
So right there, it's going to be a little off topic from what we were talking about, but it's completely random when Toadsworth decides to enter that room there, and that we got some pretty bad luck there. For some reason, you can lose up to 5 seconds from Toadsworth just deciding that he didn't want to enter the room, and we got pretty unlucky there, but it's all good. But yeah, once the TTYD taskers came in and started finding glitches, that's actually when we found out more about the version differences. So earlier we talked about how boss health and boss stats is a huge difference between the North American and the PAL and JP versions. But there are actually North American exclusive glitches as well. For some reason, the properties for the bros is different, and just there's so much. It's so different. Amiga can tell you more about it, because I believe if he ever makes the all bosses task, right, it would actually be on the North American version.
Yeah, one day I'll make an all bosses task, and there are a few. There's really one big glitch that's unique to the US version, which I probably shouldn't bother explaining because it's not used in this run. It's actually it would save, I think, 3 seconds or something in your any % run, which is completely outweighed by the larger boss health in that version. There's a few other minor things that are useful in the US version. They make it faster. All bosses.
Right now we're talking to make sure that nobody has to hear Princess Peach crying like a baby, as a baby.
True.
It's the worst sound in this game. I hate it so much.
Oh yeah, also we didn't mention, there are 2 categories for this game. There's any % and all bosses. That should give you an idea of how broken this game is, to where we need to actually separate the categories. We are going to be skipping some bosses, for sure.
We're skipping most of them, actually. I think there's only 5 of the 12 bosses in any % anymore.
Yep.
Essentially, all bosses was our compromise for having a category that fully completes the game, while still allowing many of the glitches, especially ones that are in areas that just get skipped. So one thing I would like to note, as I like to note with every game in this series, is you might notice that this boss theme absolutely slaps. It is a genuine banger. The composer for this game is the composer from all the Mario and Luigi games, as well as Super Mario RPG, that being Yoko Shimomura, of probably most famous for her Kingdom Hearts work.
We don't talk about that.
I
Oh,
thought you were referring to Kingdom Hearts. I thought you were referring to Kingdom Hearts, but I think you meant the show.
yeah, I meant the shell. We don't talk about it. It's fine
This
though.
is in relation to those items in this game. Unlike all the other games in the series, those items are actually consumables that you would expect. They're like items. So, instead of, there's no like MP or SP or BP, I guess in most games it's called BP. Instead, you just have a certain amount of green shells in this case, and we'll get a few of the other types in this run.
Which is super unique to this game, by the way, and I think it works pretty well. Honestly, I think it makes it very different from Superstar Saga in a great way.
Changes the resource management aspect to like something where you actually have to manage a proper like count or something. Because the thing I've never been a fan of with this series is the way VP works. It's like it's subjectively the best thing to do strategy-wise in almost every fight. So you're just gonna use all your BP and then use syrups to heal the full, and that's just like why bother?
Oh yeah, so also
That being
something
said,
that I never make a mistake in this game. Everything's always planned. Like me missing that shell there, it's just gonna be like some RNG manipulation for later on, you know? Always.
Because remember, he said RNG manipulation at the beginning of the run. That's exactly what he's referring to.
That's
Well, you
what I
got that
meant.
one lucky here in that battle, so I mean, you're doing great.
I did get the most useless lucky I've ever seen in my entire life in that fight, so.
I still don't understand why I can never get lucky hits in that battle when making the tasks. I just thought it was impossible, but then some people get it occasionally, so it's like, okay.
Oh yeah, you can actually crash this game by getting all luckies on the first tutorial fight, right?
It's technically, there's no RNG that actually allows it to happen, but in theory, you could do that.
Uh, so any fastest crash people out there? There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Just grind the first 3 minutes of the run
You
for
can
years.
get a unique death animation on Baby Bowser instead of like usually he just like collapses and like or something. But you can actually get him like to have the normal death animation.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as we've mentioned earlier, a lot of Japanese text in here. Contrary to the way it actually works out with a lot of games, the way text advances in this game, it's not faster to run Japanese based purely on text, and in fact, assuming you never reset, the European version and the Japanese version and the Korean version, which exists, just kind of surprising for a game from this time, they're all the same speed. The two advantages to Japanese, one is the advantage over the North American version, which, as we mentioned, lowers the HP of many bosses, which is big because a lot of bosses, as they get towards lower HP, their attacks start to take longer, and then also it takes more inputs to kill them.
So yeah.
The other reason is if you make a soft reset at any point, the game loads slightly faster on Japanese than the others, and there are a couple of skips which may necessitate a soft reset.
We'll talk about that as it happens later on, yeah, but Ghost mentioned that there is a Korean version of this game. My PB is actually on the Korean version still. I have not PB'd on the Wii U version yet, so maybe we'll try and change that today.
So Bowser's Castle here is, I think, the part of the run where the game really starts to take off. There's some actually tight platforming, as you see Snowian jumping around the bars. Always looks really cool and done well.
So we're actually going to be collecting some bros items throughout this area, and that's very important later on. We're going to be collecting bros items through this area and the next area, all for a very important trick later on. But
We're not going to use all of these green shells today.
yeah, we'll. The tutorial is actually the only time that we'll ever see green shell in the run. We will use red shells though later on, hopefully.
Main purpose of the green shells is that we want to have green shells, but also we want to have as many green shells as possible for a glitch that's coming up soon. This is, for the longest time, the only glitch that was actually in the run up until the time Tall and Solid came in to just completely break the game. But yeah, 2017 was a very interesting year for this game. It went from mildly broken to super broken through a mass community effort thanks to those two, Anwanu, Migu, and Snowy in here. I came up with a very small number of strats. And then there was even a glitch found by somebody who I do want to at least shout out at some point, name of Beastly64, who found what was
I think Ghost cut out, right?
I'm back. Yeah, I got out for a second.
Welcome back.
Oh no. Ghost was talking about a skip that would be useful in any percent had an even bigger skip not been found the same exact day. So
Yeah, it's actually the day before, and it would still be probably useful for something. Sadly, the skip is just it's too hard to work.
and I'm sure we would have found an actual like RTA method had the other skip not be found. We're just gonna call it the other skip for now because it's probably the biggest skip in the run. Well, it's not probably, it is the biggest skip in the run.
Every Mario RPG has the big one. This game's big one, well, it's got some funny stories. Let's put it that way.
Yep. So we've been talking about how the game's so broken, but big shout outs to Anwanu, who has been running this game ever since the days of old, the SDA forums. I believe he did a run in 2006. He did his first segmented run of the game, which is insane that there have been runs of this game from back then. But he pretty much was the only runner up until about 2015, 2016, I would say.
Yeah, there was like one other who did like a run, but it wasn't very optimized. And then I hopped on the scene, and then we had a couple others like Onosu and then Snowian.
Mention SDA, I feel like my hair turning gray.
Yep.
And everything.
Anwanu is a classic runner of this game, as well as a lot of the other Mario and Luigi games as well.
Real quick, there is an optimization on this fight to not kill the Goomba.
Yep.
That miss there was intentional, as all misses are intentional.
Of course. If I ever miss anything,
And the reason for this is Kamek here will spawn another enemy, and the Goombas have a fair bit of health. So predominantly we want to leave the Goomba alive so it only takes one hit to kill, so that Kamek doesn't spawn another enemy and you don't have to go through a whole nother health bar.
I was hoping for a lucky there. It's fine. Blue still dies to this. Whatever. Alright, so second roll here. So rolls are consistent in this game.
Only in this version, sadly.
Yeah, in the North American version, that's another thing. There's something called ghost rolls. So you can time the rolls in this. Every roll has like a predetermined wheel. It's just all timing. But in the North American version, you can get something called a ghost roll, which is you time it correctly, but the game just decides to give you a 1 anyway, just because it feels like it. So another reason why
So
we
real
hate
quick-
the North American version.
So real quick, there's a couple of strats here involving the boos. If you move in any of the 4 cardinal directions and not diagonally, they're a lot easier to manipulate. And you'll also see certain enemies where if you switch controlling the adults to controlling the babies, like right when you come into contact with an enemy, it actually will not trigger the encounter. There'll be a bit of a buffer there where the enemy starts like blinking. So you saw him throw the babies into the enemy, which didn't trigger an encounter
It's like
because of
some
that little
hidden
buffer they
tech
have there.
that they never mentioned, you know? Some underground strats. It's in the game. They programmed it.
Worst tutorial prompt here because he asks you 3 times.
It's always awful. And if you click it, oh my god, he talks forever. So I take that really slow. I don't want to risk it.
And they know too, because like the prompts aren't just yes, no. It's like yes, yes, no, and then it's like
Are you sure?
yes, I know already, and then yes, it's fine. Thank you.
Alright, so it's gonna be kind of awkward if I get into the encounter here with the bullet bill guy, but hopefully not, you know? Alright, cool. Alright, coming up to the first dark room of the run. There are multiple dark rooms in this run. Let's see how well I can do it. I've done this dark room many a times, so... Oh, that sucks. I freaked out, but it's all
So
chill.
normally you can turn on the lights by hitting that block, end block on the bottom.
Intentional to show you guys that there are spikes here. I didn't want to just like, I didn't want to just do it and make it look like we're just walking through a dark room for no reason, you know? I had to show you guys that there are platforms there that you can fall off of. All intentional, of course. So this is what we'll mainly be collecting throughout the entire game. Star shards, cobalt star shards, similar to crystal stars in TTYD, star spirits in Paper Mario 64, beam pieces in Superstar Saga, you know, the main collectible.
The nice thing I always liked about the Cobalt Star, at least story and lore-wise, is it has better explanation than things like the Bean Star, which kind of just like comes up out of nowhere in the middle of the game to be the big dark MacGuffin, or the Star Cures and Bowser's Inside Story, which just kind of come into play when the game needed some sort of plot device.
Yeah, the Star Cures are
essentially
the worst one. Absolutely.
Yeah, essentially the Cobalt Star it was the power source of Peach's original time machine, and the fact that we're finding it shattered is really bad. So we think that, you know, finding the pieces is going to help us like find the princess.
It's super interesting because this game has a super big twist at the end, but we won't talk about it right now for anyone who hasn't seen this game. But yeah, that's Baby Bowser's Castle. It's a pretty interesting level, I would say. Pretty tutorial heavy, but we're coming to one of my favorite areas in the game, the real first area of the game, just because of the theme. They hold a really good theme, and there's a good atmosphere in this for Mario game, I would say.
Yeah, the areas in this game are, I think personally, the most consistently memorable across the series.
Absolutely.
And kind of one of the things that helps this game stand out from the often considered superior Bowser's Inside Story, which has really charming characters and really charming humor, but I find that game's areas are actually largely forgettable. Minus the last one.
Alright, I'll be the one to say it. I'll have the controversial opinion. I don't mind to get hated on for it, but Bowser's Inside Story is pretty overrated, I would say.
Ooh, this sizzling hot take.
I would say
they're all good for different reasons, is my take.
I'm sure everyone is thinking it because I always get asked. Nearly every stream that I do is what is my favorite Mario and Luigi game and what order I would rank them in. And I always say that the order in which they came out is probably the order in which I think that they're best. I think Superstar Saga is the best, Partners in Time is the second best, and Bowser's Inside Story is the third best. We don't even mention the other two. There's no point.
Hey, you did nothing wrong. I'd swap Superstar Saga and Partners in Time. They're both very good. I do like the remake for Superstar Saga. The thing I will say about Bowser's Inside Story, because this always comes up, sadly it is not a particularly interesting speed game with the way things are segmented in that game. They're like chunks of, switching control between the adults and Bowser. Not really a lot of things that you can execute glitches or sequence breaks with anyway, so it's about a 5-hour run, and currently Bowser's Inside Story for the DS is the longest Mario and Luigi run, even ahead of Dream Team, despite Dream Team's casual length being more than twice that of Bowser's Inside Story.
Yeah.
Because the Dream Team engine is stupidly broken.
As someone who has ran pretty much all of the games, I haven't ran the original Superstar Saga, but I've ran every other game. I can confidently say that Bowser's Inside Story is is not the greatest speedrun there is out there, but mostly because of the text. It would be fine if there just wasn't so much text, and I think that's
so many mini games.
I think that's what has altered my opinion of the game. I think speedrunning the game has altered my opinion of the game. If you asked me like 5 years ago what my favorite Mario and Luigi game was, I would have told you Bowser's Inside Story. But speedrunning the game will change your opinion. All right, heard it here first.
It's funny. Like I've been the only one I have played all the way through is Superstar Saga on the GBA, and I'm in the middle of replaying that via the remake. I actually like the remake a lot more. Like, I'm finding the game a lot more palatable. I didn't enjoy Superstar Saga like mechanically. I enjoyed the sprite work and just the expressiveness and the humor, but like that's all I really got out of Superstar Saga.
That's an understandable take.
Yeah, the remake did a lot for combat improvements with the browse attacks, actually telling you how the advanced commands work.
Yeah,
that
was a big one.
The original didn't, for some reason. For all the tutorials it has, it doesn't tell you. So real quick, this is just a little bit of exposition here for how this toad here ended up in Toadwood Forest. She went with another toad and the princess to Peach's Castle, where they ran into the big bad of this game, Princess Shroob. Which, shoutouts to... I think it's being... Actually, no. I realize I think women are like villains in more Mario RPGs than guys, and the guys are usually Bowser.
Yep.
Princess Shroob's got style. I like her.
Yeah. So basically, this is probably what most people remember from this game is how the Yoobs or the Shroobs use the Toad's life force. They're basically sucking their soul out of them through these trees and using
it's their enthusiasm specifically.
They're using it as
might be
fuel
worse.
for their UFOs. Yeah, they're sucking the enthusiasm out of the Toads here. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, they call it the vim and vigor and vitality. Like, just the trees just suck it out of them. It's been rewired to this factory to power their saucers, which is probably the most metal thing in any Mario game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even just
so
the Mario and Luigi series,
dark.
just the Mario series in general. This is the craziest, which is why I love this area. All right, so I'm gonna try and follow these fire blocks around a bit, because you'll see that the camera scrolls every time you bring fire out of the little tree trunks here, and I want to try and follow the fire around just to minimize that as much as possible. We're almost at the part where we'll see just how crazy this game can get. I promise. Thank you guys for sticking around. We're almost there.
Yeah, the area here are you're seeing the babies are controlled on the top screen. That's actually ties into a number of tricks, but it's leads to a lot of these like tight corridors here. The jump over some of these enemies here is actually really precise and way harder than it looks.
Yeah, that guy there, I wouldn't have been too surprised if I got into an encounter with him. But luckily not. So far, no encounters, which is good.
Yeah, I gotta give my friendly Yogi Bear PSA. So we need to create a fireball large enough to burn a bunch of trees out of the way and proceed in this area. Just remember, only you can prevent forest fires. I say this as a Californian. Please, for the love of God, be responsible.
That's Smokey the Bear, not Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear steals
Smokey.
picnic baskets. Yogi Bear's out to steal the cookies.
I almost feel like I should have said Yogi Berra, the baseball catcher.
Alright, so coming up is the first trick of the run, and this is a frame perfect trick, and this game does run at 60 frames per second, so I have a 1 over 60, I don't even know how you would say it. I have a 1/60th of a second to pull off this trick, so let's see it.
So essentially, he wants to hit the spikes with Mario. And there's one frame as soon as he makes contact with the spikes where you can switch to the babies. And, oh, nice third try.
Not bad.
And that allows Mario to walk on the spikes because it's treated as like ground. He has to time the switch perfectly or just mash and get lucky, which is what a lot of runners do. And that allows him to do this area in reverse, which means that he doesn't have to do nearly as many sections of setting things up.
Normally you would
'Cause
ride
there's, like,
these
a lot of
really
waiting
slow
platforms.
platforms across the spikes here, but doing it clockwise allows us to skip that, so thankfully we don't have to do a lot of waiting. That trick is pretty hard. Most people I've seen that have tried to learn this game normally get pretty demotivated there, just because they struggle to understand how it works, and understandably so. When that skip was found, I was like, there's no way we're gonna do this in runs. We might as well just keep doing it the old way. And I did it the old way for a while. But one day I just sat down and decided that I was gonna learn it, and here we are. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah, it only says
So
like
essentially-
a minute, right?
Saves around a minute, yeah.
A minute and a half if you do it perfectly. Thankfully, it doesn't take that much time to retry. But anyways, we're just hitting a bunch of switches to open the gates to the factory here, which is where we're gonna try and find another Cobalt Star Shard.
And a minute is a really long time when you think about it. You don't think it would save as much time as it does there, but it absolutely does save a lot of time.
So, real quick is everyone's favorite little funky boss here. This next boss, we're actually gonna lose control of the adults. And these two Hammer Bros here. So in English, or so in Japanese, this is a Japanese game, and I think they wrote this everything in Japanese first, but they released the North American version first.
For some reason.
In Japanese, they speak in all their text is in katakana, which is a script that they primarily use for loan words. It'd be kind of like typing in all caps in English. It doesn't look right. In the North American version, they speak in leet speak, with like numbers like hacksaws, which really ages this game very well.
Yeah, that's another, like, I played this game up to about this point, and I remember the leak-speaking Hammer Brothers, and looking at it right now, I've like, I feel like I've aged like 50 years since this game came out.
I played this game on release. I was 11 years old.
2005. God, how old was I? I don't know anymore.
So real quick, these guys take basically 5 fire flowers to kill. If you get like a lucky, you can do it in 4. But that comes down to luck, obviously.
Top guy might die.
Using bow flowers, which are pretty good. Depends on. So it's not actually fastest to match as fast as possible because you can only throw a bow flower every 7 frames. Throw a fireball every 7 frames. So there's a bit of a rhythm to it, but it's still pretty fast.
Pretty common in Mario RPGs actually, where mashing the fastest doesn't actually increase your damage. There's like a brief interval of a certain frame count here. And this is one of the hardest power level ups in the game, because you want to get the 4 on both of them.
That's fine.
And the wheel's very janky.
Normally I can hit the 4 there, but I just lost track. Yeah, the 4 wheels are super strange. There are a bunch of numbers, so it becomes quite hard to like keep track of what the wheel's actually showing. And we're gonna see an even crazier wheel later on in the run. We'll talk about it when we get there. But there's actually gonna be a 6 on the wheel.
That's a big number.
There's a big number.
So, yes, since numbers are kept pretty low in the Mario RPGs, like a single point actually makes a fairly big difference in damage calculations for certain things. With this game, the timing once you level up a certain stat enough, it ends up just giving you a max of being able to increase it by 2. But you can increase it by 2 every single level if you're good. And the timing is like 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 2. You want to hit it at that 1 that's in between the two 2s. And that's pretty much how most RTA runners of this game kind of get their timing down.
Yeah, in Superstar Saga, it's just understood to be pretty much random. The roulette wheels are not random in the game, but it's pretty much random. I know what I said just didn't make any sense whatsoever, but just it's random. But in this game, you can control it pretty well.
In Superstar Saga, like, there's just so much time between when you press the button and when it actually stops. It's really hard to do it
Yeah.
in a way to actually force it.
Now we have the hammer, which the actual more important thing for the run in some ways isn't just the hammer, it's the dig ability that we get here. So let's just go under things, as well as dodge encounters, which it's slow, but there are a couple points where it can prove helpful. Shoutouts to everything in this room having eyes.
Yeah.
Really creepy.
If you see me
the
dig,
more important,
I always dig holding up left or up right, because for some reason you dig into the ground way faster if you're holding up left or up right.
and another thing is that it lets you stack the bros, which is going to come into play in a couple of glitches coming soon. So real quick, the collision, any sort of like V-shaped collision in this game is really janky and surprisingly easy to just wedge your way through the wall and just get out of bounds.
So yeah, that's just
There's a few other places it's useful, but that's one of the big ones. I think one of my favorite things about that room too is the fact that they actually have like a different corner in that room on the North American version that you can clip through. They patched that, but you can go through another one, so it's like, why did they bother patching the glitch?
You think that skip would be found like super early on in this game? No, that's a fairly recent glitch. There are skips that were found in this game that are crazier, that were found even before that clip was found. So, you know, shout outs to the community for not finding that one.
The main thing it does there is it saves an enemy tutorial.
That's a huge
how to
skip,
use hammers.
actually. It saves a lot of time. It skips a baby tutorial for the hammer, which is super slow.
One of my favorite attacks in the game is you just grab the baby and you hit the enemy with them. Like they're holding up the hammer and you just hit them. It's faster to use it. This is meant to be a hammer tutorial, but these guys don't have enough HP for they matter, so it's just faster to fire flower them. Or bro flower. Probably interchange the terms fire flower and bro flower a couple of times.
So yeah, there's a bunch of bros attacks in this game, and they have similar names. Like green shell has the red shell, fire flower has the ice flower, and there's the mixed flower, and then there's the copy flower. So it's pretty confusing, but we're only going to be using a very few number of bros items in this game. Very recently, I've implemented another bros item into the final fights. See what I mean later on. But yeah. Alright, so we're gonna get into another encounter here. Hopefully I can first strike this guy, and I missed, which is fine. Got that RNG. We do this because for some reason, if the baby's level up, you do pretty significant amount of damage more to the boss in this. Not sure why. Not sure if this is absolutely totally necessary, but this guy just gets in your way a lot of the time anyway, so might as well.
Yeah, the damage calculation in the series, it multiplies your power and your level to figure out how much damage you're gonna do. So when you're at a low level, increasing from, like in this case 4 to 5 is a pretty significant impact on how much damage you do. Even if your power doesn't go up by too much, your damage is gonna go up. Increased, I guess, by at least 25% because you went from 4 to 5.
Yeah. So after that point, the baby's pal is pretty much never gonna matter again. So we can actually just get ones for the rest of the game, I'm pretty sure, and be fine. I'm not gonna do that though. I'm still gonna try and hit the twos just because it's ingrained in my brain, but we should be fine with getting all ones.
And so right here is what's called a ledge clip. You can actually clip under like certain doors and ledges if their height is below that of like stacking the babies. If you go like 1 pixel or 2 pixels underneath them, and then hold up, and you can just clip over something.
I got
There
it
you
like
go.
5 times and just did not clip up for some reason. Dang, that was awkward. But yeah, that's called a ledge clip, and we're gonna be using that later on. For right now, that's just a little tease for what we'll actually be doing later on. Oh dang.
Yeah, it ends up saving a lot of time in rooms that got like these, slow platform waits here.
Dang. That sucks. We're losing a lot of time here.
Yeah.
Kind of screwed up a little bit, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. No worries. All good. Combat platform.
I'd like to remind everyone as we're in this slow auto-scroller that we're about 50 minutes, or a little under 50 minutes into this run. You're watching Never Before Seen here on the GDQ Hotfix. We are celebrating Mario Day. It's at this point Mario Night. And this is the last run of tonight, but we did have some other awesome runs of a couple of fan games and a region-exclusive version, so definitely keep an eye out for the VOD. We did miss those, but for those of you just joining us, welcome to the stream. We have Snowy on running Partners in Time, and I hope you all enjoy just how comfy it can be.
This is a really comfy run. Absolutely, super comfy.
Unless you're doing it.
Yeah, unless you're
doing it.
the one doing it, it's not chill at all. But for watching this, I think this is one of the comfiest runs, and many people have told me that as well.
It's a super fun run to do, despite the stressful parts. Like once you get past the rough beginning, just because there's so much room for runner optimization and skill expression.
So yeah, believe it or not, there's not a lot of downtime in this run. This is one of the few nice breaks, the Swiggler cutscene. So this is the first boss of the run. It's pretty interesting if you guys want to explain how he works.
So he's got to do 200 damage here. Sometimes he'll spit out clouds. If you time it perfectly, you can actually hit, like, they kind of have 2 hits, but you can do a very tight timing there to hit, do both hits at once. There's these little shrew doctors on the side, and they pull out mushrooms. They will consume the mushroom if they are not struck, but what you really want is for them to pull out a gray mushroom, and the gray mushroom poisons Swiggler's drink. If he drinks the drink, then he no longer will counterattack, and he takes significantly more damage.
So it's really rough there. The bottom guy we got 26, and the top guy we got 10. It's bad RNG. It's probably gonna be a slow fight.
It's worth mentioning that his defense when is in orange is like super high. Like it's not worth doing damage really to Swiggler at all in that state.
I don't think fire flowers are really affected. They aren't affected by his defense though.
Yeah, fire flowers will still do 1 damage no matter what. So
We're gonna try and bait him to try and take advantage of that, hopefully. We'll see though.
Yeah, we really do not want to knock the red shrooms into his drink because he heals a fair bit of damage. So it is a time loss when we can't poison his drink because he does this attack where you see the shroobs, like UFOs, like firing on the bros on the top screen. The main DS feature this game has is enemies demonstrating attacks on the top screen, which gives you quite a bit of a range to look at stuff. Like, it makes for some really interesting counterattacks because you can dodge and counterattack everything in this game,
I want this
as it's
bottom guy
rather
to
famous
target
for.
Luigi. So the bottom
The
guy
shroom
is
doctors here.
really low on health, but the top guy has way more health. So I'm gonna probably do something a little slow here.
So the shroom doctors, they will eat their mushroom. Obviously the red ones make them very swole, and they come and try and body you. If they eat a small mushroom, they run at you while tiny.
they're set up perfectly now. I just want 2 gray mushrooms, and then we can take advantage of the fire flower like I want to. You have to think really hard about this fight, believe it or not. It's one of the more complicated bosses, I would say.
Yeah, especially because on this version of the game, Swiggler will counterattack you if you hit him while he's red.
Alright, so on this attack, I'm hoping for double gray, which we should get. I'd be surprised if we don't, to be honest. We'll see if they're feeling nice, or they're feeling...
There's randomness to it, but it's not fully random.
Double red would be absolutely awful. I've not seen that RNG in forever. Alright. This is fine. I'm just gonna hope for another gray, maybe? This is a really weird RNG pattern. Normally it would give me double gray there. This guy might die to the counter attack, which would be awkward. Okay, I need gray. Like, I absolutely need gray, bro. Please. He saved me.
Alright. This is going to save actually a good amount of time because the top one doesn't have much health, and once you've killed the shrooms, all the fire flowers go to hit the Swiggler, and they do more damage than Cannonballers does. Cannonballers does max 28 here, but every fireball does a tick of damage here, which adds up to being a little bit more.
This is the reason
So
why
that turn he got...
why he cared about the Dr. Shroom's HP, because he wants them to be both dead at that point. After a turn, they come back right now. So you have to, in order to take advantage of that fire flower doing more damage to Swiggler, it has to be the only enemy on the screen.
He should die to this Cannonballer. If he doesn't, or the second Cannonballer, I'll be very surprised if he doesn't. If not, that'll be fine. It'll just be a super slow fight. But it'll still be pretty fast because we're just going to fire flower implementation. He should die to this though, hopefully. Bless her. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. It's fine though. Not a big deal. He'll die to the fire flower. Alright. Also, we didn't mention that you can get double hits on the Swiggler attack here. I've gotten...
I mentioned it.
Oh, you did mention
it's
it?
It's like, what, a 1 or 2 frame window?
I don't
No,
actually
it
know.
was more than that.
It's a pretty big window, but... So they're both going to attack me with their mushrooms here, which is fine. This was a pretty slow fight, but nevertheless, we're still doing it.
I hate the timing on the one when he shrinks. I've lost runs to that from not knowing the timing.
He had 9, dang. Would he have died actually? He would have died. He would have died exactly.
Yeah. No, you would have done 201.
Oh no. I set down the gamepad on the floor. Hate to see it. Alright, so Mario and Luigi are going to level up twice here, and since we did that encounter earlier with the babies, they're only going to level up once. And on this fight, I normally just mash the baby level ups because, like I said, it doesn't really matter, but I'll try and time the ones later on. Even with mashing the level ups here, I'd be very surprised if I don't get a 2 on at least one of them. That's close. That's close. Come on, Luigi. Come on, Luigi. Alright. It's fine. Not a big deal. So I actually don't have a timer running in the background. I have no idea what this time is, but I would assume that it was like a 57 Swiggler, something like that. If I had to guess.
Judging by the stream, it's like low. It's like a 57 OX.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like the on fade out. So here we have Baby Bowser doing his Baby Bowser thing, and just making life miserable for everyone. Kills your 2 Cobalt Star Shards, and decides he wants to run off and go do his own thing. In fact, Baby Bowser's probably a far more significant presence in this game than Adult Bowser, who only shows up like He doesn't. I don't think he even appears in any percent. Like that's the part of the game he appears in. He's just not in any percent except for
I
like
guess only at the end, right?
the way end of the game.
He's actually the final boss. Excuse you.
Spoilers.
All right, so now.
I mean,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well, he's the final boss of every Mario Luigi game, so
He really is, though. Like.
yeah.
All right, we're gonna be doing the most important glitch in the run now. This is why we've been collecting all of the green shells. I'm a little behind on the amount of items that I would want to have right now, but it's fine because we have a little more coins than I normally have.
So here he's gonna go nude and remove everything he has.
Yeah, we're gonna go nude in
not
front of
safe for work
EGAD
warning.
real quick. We have to do it for
Not
this
safe
skip.
for work warning.
Have to do it for this glitch. I'm sorry. EGAD gets to witness our new bodies. I'm actually gonna save before this skip because there is no backup if you miss it. You literally do have to save and reset if you miss this. So,
It's actually not a skip and more of a glitch.
I'm
but
saying
so
skip.
any-
I'm just used to saying skip. Yeah, it's definitely a
Yeah,
glitch,
yeah.
not a skip.
Yes. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna sell everything he has except for the green shells because he wants a very cheap, bulky, like a very cheap item in bulk. He's gonna sell everything that he has except for the green shells, buy as many green shells as he possibly can, as well as the most expensive item in the shop.
I got a lot of fire flowers from that. Dropped from that, right? It's kind of insane.
Now, he's gonna do a save here, and this is called Money Glitch. It's the oldest glitch in the game. It's definitively a glitch. There's a one-frame window when you sell an object to. There's a one-frame window to when you sell an object that when you select the next object in the list, if you've run out of selling the more expensive object, you can sell the next object for the price of the first object that he sold. So essentially what he's going to do is sell this badge at the price of 116 coins for its sell price, and then kind of more or less trick the game into selling green shells for the cost of the badge. He's doing soft resets here because
Yeah, this is a frame perfect trick again, and the
yeah, he
Q
has
is
1 out of 1/60th of a second to time it. There is a timing to it, but it is still very difficult.
much harder than the spike skip. Thought that was it. That was just barely too late. A little embarrassing here, but it's whatever. I'm gonna show. Obviously, we're just gonna get super good RNG on the final fight. You already know how it is. All right.
There you go.
Not bad. Not
Nice.
bad. Not bad.
So he's gonna basically have enough money for everything he's gonna need for the rest of the game.
All right. So yeah, you see we have 6,000 coins now, which is more than enough for everything we need throughout the run.
The nice thing about having a safety save right there is you can actually just walk out this screen with the babies and initiate this cutscene here. This is gonna give us the adult bro spin, or spin jump, as it's called.
There was a point when I was running on actual DS when I was confident enough in not even saving for that skip or glitch. An hour into the run, doing a frame perfect trick with little to no visual cue. It is a different time, and Wii U is just way too inconsistent that I think it's almost a necessity to save there just in case. I know we mentioned it a little earlier, but input delay is a thing across all Wii U titles, Wii U VC titles, and I think it has to do with the gamepad being connected by Bluetooth. They added latency to the input for all games, but it's pretty annoying.
This is the tutorial for spin jump. We need it to get to the next area of the game. It'll be useful throughout the rest of the run.
Arguably the most broken bros move.
I guess.
doing a few more stair jumps here. Next area is going to be Yoshi's Island. A whole bunch of portals open up, but only a few of them are useful, and the game does have a fairly rigid structure of the order it intends for you to go into them. Operative word there being intends.
Oh my god, I knew that was gonna happen. This is awful.
RNG manipulation.
True always. Never forget. Alright.
You're gonna need that coin.
Absolutely. Like, we are going to be spot on with our money now, thanks to that coin pickup. I just have a lot of foresight, and it's all, you know, not a big deal. Alright, so everybody likes Yoshi's Island for the music one way or another. There's a lot of cutscenes here at the beginning, but we're speedrunners, you know. We're not going to worry about it too much.
So we're going to do some ledge clip setups here to just skip everything.
So it took
A
a
lot of
while
cutscenes
for
here
these
and
ledge
everything.
clips to actually get found, just because the way they work. Like that, I showed it off for you guys.
Yeah, the position that you want to get to. The adults can do a ledge clip as well, but like you have to spin to get over it. So just skipping that door skips like several minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, there's an absolutely long cutscene with the monster, the monster of this area, showing up.
Yeah. And there's another one.
Skips a bit of a
There's
smaller
another one in that
cutscene,
room.
but you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, that
It's
skips
really good we have
all of
this
this.
pipe block that we can just use to get the babies back to, because there's no way to get them above the, for them to those ledge clips too.
Yeah, if that
I was
pipe
gonna say, reminder to save here.
if that pipe block didn't exist, it would be quite tragic. We'd have to watch the cutscene. All of the cutscenes, actually.
Yeah, so real quick, you see on the top screen there's like three blocks that are kind of disappearing and reappearing. They flicker every frame, so sometimes they look solid, sometimes they look invisible because, you know, the frame rate at which the stream is up. Anyways, this part, Kamek just kind of lights the entire area on fire, and
Again, forest
to activate
fires.
those. Yeah. Again, Ember fire safety is important.
This game has something with fire, like, for real.
Oh, we even skipped Bomb Volcano. But anyways, so there's a nice shot from downtown over there. And now on this screen, he's going to perform one of the big skips, which is going to skip, semi-big skip, I guess. Now put Baby Mario into the pipe here by into the spring here by
Yeah.
putting just him on the spring, and then spin jumping into another loading zone, and then pressing the X and Y button to jump with the babies to activate the spring as they've like stored their state on the spring. Now what he's doing is, God, it's a complicated skip there. Essentially what he does is, it's something called top screen storage, where you put the babies on the top screen on the wrong screen, so that when they come back down, they get set to the 0, 0 coordinates at the way top left of the screen. From there, he accesses the loading zone at the top end of that screen, which you're not supposed to be able to get to until after you've activated the 3 red, green, and blue blocks that create platforms that allow you to get up there. So essentially, we're just going to leave the island to burn.
Yeah, normally we
It's faster.
would do a setup there that's way safer, but I argue it's just as safe to do it like that. It's just basically blind out of bounds movement. If I did the setup, you could tell that the babies were out of bounds, but we just moved out of bounds into the loading zone, and we're gonna actually do that again, and it might be a little easier to understand. But this upcoming room is probably the hardest room to avoid enemies in the entire run, I would say. Aside from the dry bones and his belly.
Yeah, every getting into encounters, unless you specifically have a need to, is slow. But every enemy in this game can be dodged, thankfully, except for bosses and like very specifically forced encounters.
And that's something unique, really, to the Mario and Luigi series. Avoiding encounters is not something you can do in a lot of RPGs.
You can do them in a handful of RPGs that keep overworld encounters, but not with as much depth to it, because usually it's like you sidestep them. In this game, you can jump around them, bury under them, etc.
All right, so that was just unfortunate there. Got hit by the tail end of the spike there. Hopefully, okay.
Why does their spears just disappear? It's so weird.
Not sure why. But thank you, game developers. Appreciate it. Sometimes.
Rest in peace, Alpha Dream. So here he takes a slow but safe path of burying under the ground to avoid these enemies here. You can dodge them without doing that, but it's quite difficult. And now what he's going to do is he's going to open this door here. But the door's open permanently, thankfully. Make a save here.
Yeah, I'm going to save again just in case. I don't think I'll miss this, but just in case,
Yeah,
because
so-
if we do miss it, it is an absolute soft lock.
So he's going to do another top screen storage here, loading the baby into the spring so that when he presses X or Y, it's going to hit the spring, spin jump into the loading zone, and then jump while waiting, and the babies are going to go on the top screen.
Oh no. Oh no. It's been so long since that happened. Alright, that's
The goal
fine.
here is going
Usually
to
this isn't
skip
too bad, it's just a
the
Tom loss.
skip the boss battle in this room, which is Kamek. By just
Damn, it's
going
a
around
pretty
the
hard
trigger.
fight.
Yeah, so he's
And
going
so
to
now
go...
he's in the, like above the screen. You can see them for a little bit in the top right corner there. Thanks to loading zone past the boss trigger.
And that skips the entire fight. This is a cutscene you would watch after Kamek. For some reason, they don't make the triggers for cutscenes extend infinitely, which is something they probably could have done. I assume it just wastes memory or something. But if they did, like, none of this stuff would work in this game. But they just never expected you to get out of bounds, I'm sure, in the first place.
Bowser, being the idiot that he is, decided to swallow the Cobalt Star Shards, and we're going to try and just jump him out of them. Meanwhile, the big, bad, looming pink dinosaur threat that we've skipped the introduction of, kind of trying to climb up this hill that we're on here. So this is Yube. He's a giant pink alien Yoshi that likes to eat other Yoshis. And so the troops are just gonna shoot a ray at it and make him supersized.
We would have got a lot more
Uh-oh.
backstory had we watched the cutscenes in the beginning, but we don't want to do that.
He's adorable.
Thanks to the glitches, the camera angles on this cutscene are a little weird.
They didn't make this guy too terrifying. But yeah, they made him pretty endearing, I'd say. It's the chub.
I mean, he's a Yoshi. You can't get too ugly starting with that.
Yeah, true. You can't make a Yoshi scary. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, so this is a prelude to the next game where we spend most of the game inside a big reptile. This time a dinosaur instead of a Koopa. So welcome to Barney's Inside Story.
Yep.
I wasn't ready for that one. So you mean to say this isn't about Barney's hide and seek, right?
Thankfully not.
I didn't know we
think
suddenly started playing a Sega Genesis game.
I can't remember who first gave me the Barney's Inside storyline, but I've stuck with it ever since. Alright,
This area
now
is
we need to find a
also
way out.
very interesting, I would say. It's probably one of the more interesting areas of the run. I like the music a lot. The music is something notable from this area. But also just the aesthetic, They somehow made the inside of a monster's belly look pretty nice. Like, it's pretty interesting how they didn't make it look disgusting.
It's weird because it's like he's sort of like bioorganic. Like there's parts that are like robot and parts that are like clearly clearly organic. Real quick, the screen's actually very peculiar. There are two versions of this screen, which we know because you can actually clip out of bounds here, but only on the second version of the screen, which you have to open the path in order to create.
Oops. Alright. But yeah, so basically what we're going to try to do is rescue all of the Yoshis so they can throw that chomp down. I'm not sure if Yoshi's Island DS came out before this game or not, But yeah, very similar. Voice clips from the Yoshis is to that game, and this Chomp Rock is also in that game as well. So I'm not sure who borrowed from who, but you know.
Yeah, this was early on in the DS's life. So real quick, the Yoshi needs we need 6 Yoshis to move the Chomp Rock. And we're gonna get 6 Yoshis by going through the various rooms attached to this room here. This one here is being bullied by an alien, by a 2-antennaed shrew. Funny thing about this game is, for as bad as the shrews are, you only ever fight the 3 regular ones at the very beginning of the game. Like, all the other shrews are like variants. Real quick, that on there, if you hit the alien, like the little UFO, and you can hit the second one, like guaranteed, by just mashing the Y button.
I'm not sure how I spit out my other water thing like immediately after the cutscene. That felt like it must have been really precise, but whatever.
So here's one of a very small number of forced or regular encounters. These guys are weak to ice flowers, which is the ice equivalent of the fire flower, obviously. And the ice flowers, apart from generally doing a little bit more damage, I believe, they have a couple of nice little perks. Apart from enemy elemental weakness, which some enemies are weak to fire, some are weak to ice. Ice flowers is important because they can lower enemy stats. Most important is the defense. If you see like a green ring pop out around the enemy, that means that you have lowered its defense. And this does actually work on some bosses.
Not on the final fights, though, of course.
Of course. It'd be too easy.
Also, this is the first area where you can actually get ice flowers. There's only, I think, 3 in this first area of Yuba's Belly. And it's kind of slow to get them before these fights. So that's one reason why it was important to buy them first. In older routes, you needed them before Kamek Skip. They were pretty good to have ice flowers for Kamek, which the only way to get them for Kamek was to buy them. But now it just saves a little bit of time to get them before you actually get to a block that has them. And this is actually the first appearance of ice flowers in any game.
Yeah. The other important thing that they can do for some fights is they can lower an enemy's speed, which, if you lower an enemy's speed in certain fights, it will actually allow you to allow your Mario to get a second action before the enemy gets a turn.
Alright, so coming up's a pretty rough area, and I forgot that the save block was in this in the top area here. So I'm just gonna play it really safe. This Dry Bones he's a hacker, alright? That's the best way to put it. Big hacker. He's killed many runs. So we'll see if he can play nice, which he did, thankfully.
Yeah, so you can do ledge clipping here, although it's definitely more awkward than the other ledge clips. Walk out of bounds, and then back in bounds, talk to the Yoshi.
Talk to the Yoshi.
Yoshi was not cooperating.
And that skips a whole section where you have to input a pretty long button code with the babies, like 30 seconds or something, so it's a really nice skip to have.
It's really convenient that you can ledge clip there, actually, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those cases where it doesn't even look like there's a floor above the places where you ledge clip. It's kind of on top of a wall. There's a bunch of other places in the game where you can ledge clip to a place that doesn't look like it has a floor, but there is one.
Yeah, things don't extend infinitely in this game, pretty much anywhere. Everything has a ceiling at some point.
So the last Yoshi that he saves, he just feeds the fruit because he's hungry.
It's important that we had the babies get the fruit there, because if the adults grab the fruit, the game actually keeps track of who grabs the fruit, so the Yoshi would still be hungry and you would have to actually get the adults to talk to him instead. But
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny that they actually care about that. And it turns out that there's this little cutscene skip you can do if you have the babies leave the stump while the adults grab it. And it turns out that cutscene skip saved barely enough time for it to make it worth taking the adult all the way to the hungry Yoshi. I think, if I remember correctly, it was 7 frames faster during the task to do that cutscene skip and take the detour.
So there's a little skip you can do here to get out of bounds with the adults stacked up high, but it's very precise. The V-shaped angle here is really awkward. Like, this is where we align the dreaded S word that nobody particularly likes when it comes to speedruns, that being
Does it not work?
subpixels.
I practiced this. I practiced. Oh, there we go.
That's right.
Luigi is a mix of T-posing and trying to flap his arms hard enough to fly.
All right, we got
Right
it.
about now. There he goes.
Yeah, so the skip actually saves a very small amount of time, but it looks cool. So it's always cool.
It's
to show
always
it
it's
off.
always worth going for because that uses subpixels for some reason. Like this game has subpixels, believe it or not, but the subpixel part's like really like it's really easy.
Yeah, you need
The hard part is actually
Yeah,
like
one.
lining it up to when you actually hit the wall to be able to clip. Because sometimes
Yeah,
it just
we-
feels like it's random.
And when you rub up diagonally against a wall in this game, your subpixels change by like some really strange number. It's about 1.6, but it's like it's not a number you'd expect at all. In series, it actually just goes by 1.5, which is normal walking speed is just 2 per frame. So it's a completely normal number in other games, but this is just changes your subpixels, and that matters for the trick. Not a number you'd expect at all.
Yeah. In layman's
in
terms,
the
you
other
have
games
to
in the series-
basically align your position in order to successfully do that clip.
That's why you
And
like
the alignment is more complicated than just correct like walking into it at the correct pixel. It's like you have to set it up and everything.
Alright, no scope these eggs real quick. Easy. Alright, so we're pretty much done with Yu's belly at this point. We're coming up to the boss fight, which has also killed a lot of runs because this boss fight has is known for being the most RNG thing in this game, pretty much. He can absolutely kill runs if he's feeling like it, and has done it to me many times. I've been on probably minus a minute and a half and have lost runs, even with that big of a lead to this guy before. So hopefully he's playing nice, you know? We'll see.
Yeah, so you might think that the exit is the bottom room that you see on the minimap on the top screen, but it's actually the back upper right room. But that is where the boss is. This big scary egg thing. So I want to see nothing but the worst egg puns in chat.
We want to see the worst egg puns because his name is literally an egg pun, so we got to see him. Give us your worst and best egg puns. All right, so Toadbert here gives us a drawing which clearly has a bunch of dirt and stuff on it, but it just shows Princess Peach kind of showing off the Cobalt Star to Princess Shroob.
She essentially tried to use it as a weapon against the Princess Shroob, but instead it shattered into pieces and she was taken in.
I'm not gonna save actually. I was gonna save, but I decided against it. All right, I've got many 1-ups. We're good.
Oh my god. Is this boss's name Sunnyside?
This boss's
Yes,
name
his
is
name is
Sunnyside.
Sunnyside, but with a C.
Oh my god.
It's so good. I don't know what its Japanese name would be. I could probably read it here.
See,
Everyone went for excellent. Like that's low-hanging fruit, y'all. You gotta do better than that.
exactly. I always like to say this fight for a casual might be kind of like hard-boiled, but for us speedrunners, it's kind of over easy, you know?
Oh my god. I have some excellent yolks for you.
We gotta hear him. Alright, so anytime he gives us a hammer attack when all eggs are down, we're just gonna try and crack the back one. So like, the first 2 bosses in this game have like pretty unique gimmicks, which is pretty interesting, I like to think. Same in Superstar Saga.
First two is if we haven't, skipped Kamek.
We don't talk about Kamek. They don't exist. So he's just
Well,
letting
Kamek
me
is a decent
break
gimmick
all
too,
of
but
them.
yeah.
Kamek does also have a gimmick. Yeah, you're right.
I'm having a I'm having a good time looking at chat right now. Y'all started this.
We knew what we were doing.
According to the wiki here, the Japanese name is just Shocking Egg, which is kind of lame.
It's kind of funny though.
The Spanish name is Huevo Struo, which is a combination of egg and monstro, egg or monster.
I thought you were
The
about to
French
say
one is
huevos ranchero. I was like, wow, that's a little bit too literal.
Yeah, the French name is, I probably can't pronounce this correctly, but Tete Duf, which is based on Tete
That
Duf,
lucky.
which means egghead. I like that.
So that is like the best lucky that we could possibly get. It would be better if it was later on in the fight when he's actually on his back, but we take those for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, the
his
goal
name
here
is
is
some-
to get
Go ahead.
5 Yoshis out of their eggs, so they'll drop the rock onto Sunnyside, and that'll knock him over and do a lot more damage then. So now
Yeah,
he has
it's
3.
worth-
Oh, I thought he
It's
was
worth
gonna.
noting that when he's on his back, his weakness is exposed, and his weakness is fire, as makes sense for an egg.
So yeah, I'm playing it super careful here because I want Mario to be the one that actually breaks the egg, and can do that now.
Yeah, if Mario's the one that breaks the eggs, when it breaks enough, if Mario's the one that breaks the egg that reveals the 5th Yoshi, then that means that Sunnyside will be knocked over and Luigi gets an extra turn, which means that he actually gets more attacks to hit Sunnyside for his weakness.
Yeah, we get an extra attack with Sunnyside down, which is always nice. So we would want a lucky here optimally, and it has happened to me before in runs multiple times, but we'll see.
Yeah, the chance of lucky hit is around 2 or 3%. So it definitely happens.
We want to hit Fire Flowers here because it's of course weak to Fire Flowers.
If you see the critical, that means that you hit its weakness. Weak element, ice or fire.
Yeah. Luckies are the actual critical hits. The critical just means that you hit a weakness, which is very peculiar nomenclature that defies every other RPG in existence.
Alright, he's being mean. So this is the point where he can be mean. I'm gonna want him to throw 4 eggs now. That'd be nice. But knowing him, he's probably gonna throw 2 and stop. Aw? Keep on going. Come on, one more. Alright. That's fine, I guess.
I never realized that you fight this boss by flipping over it and setting on fire just like a normal egg.
They knew what they were doing. It is pretty unique. I'll give them that. He should be pretty low because of that lucky. He's probably around 45 HP around that to death. So we'll see what we can do. If I can get him to have 1 egg on the screen, that would be nice. Another 2. Okay. So he's probably gonna hammer. Oh, he didn't.
No hammers.
No hammers? Alright, he'll probably die here. Oh, of course he did that, dude, of course. Well, I'm gonna do this just so it, like, guarantees that he will either throw all 3 of them now, or drop down to 2 and throw at least 3. He could have hammered there, and I've been pretty upset, but... Come on, you can do it. Throw one more. Throw one more. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright.
So this situation's pretty nice because it means that his ice flowers will just all go on Sunnyside.
He should die to this. If he doesn't, I'll be pretty surprised. Yeah. Alright. So that's Sunnyside. Not terrible RNG. Not amazing either. But we take those. We take those. So everybody's gonna level up here, and I'm actually gonna hit the baby rolls this time. That's fine. I'm gonna try and actually hit the baby rolls the first time they come around. Well, I guess we're leveling up Baby Mario's HP. That's fine. All right, so that's Sunnyside. We're gonna do a little bit of a joke here.
That's Sunnyside down.
We leave out of the hole, the newly formed hole. When you think about it, you might have just been very constipated actually, because there's something blocking this, and where you leave here, we don't think about it too much. Nintendo knew what they were doing. You see where we leave from.
I'm convinced that Sunnyside is just a giant android, and none of this is as disgusting as it sounds.
That's what we like to believe.
So here we see Luigi getting a concussion.
So we missed a pretty pivotal moment. Pivotal moment in the cutscene earlier on, where Luigi gives the babies some cookies. But later on, we're just kind of gonna ruin the continuity a little bit. Those cookies still exist, but we just have no idea where they come from. We'll talk about it later on when it actually happens, but I figured I'd mention it right now. There is a cutscene where you get cookies.
So, Baby Bowser's taking all the credit for saving the Yoshis because nobody actually saw who defeated Sunnyside other than Toadbird. And the babies already ate Bowser's cookies in a cutscene that we skipped. So he's like, I'm not gonna let you eat my cookies again. But he eats them so fast, he starts coughing uncontrollably, which causes the Cobalt Star Shards to escape. And here's where you see they kind of have a little bit of,
sentience.
What's the word? Sentience, thank you. They seem to have a little bit more sentience than you would think. It's very strange, and it's kind of a clue as to something important with them later.
But they're on Mario and Luigi's side, they kick out Baby Bowser. It's all good.
So you might be thinking, well, we're halfway to the estimate at this point, and we don't know, like...
We're about 1/3 through the game right now, maybe? Even if that?
Yeah.
So... things have to start picking up at some point, and believe me, they will very soon.
Yoshi's Island is always a really interesting area, I would say. Okay.
Yeah, essentially, so what's going to happen in this next part, he's going to buy some items, and one of the things that's peculiar with this game is after this point you start getting bros items that have no cap. The execution on them, like you can actually do them infinitely if you're able to consistently keep up the inputs. The trade-off is they get very difficult to keep up, but you practice it enough and you can do them. We also see he's picking up some boosting items here because he's very low level. His party's level 7 at a part of the game where you expect to be like level 12, 13. But he picked up a Big Pow badge, which the way Big Pow badge works is when you get an excellent in combat, your bro gets a power-up. And he also picked up chili peppers, which give they multiply your offensive output as well. He powered up from Dire Pow or Big Pow, and the power up from the chili peppers. Those are separate, so you can stack them together.
Alright, so we're gonna get Boll here. Arguably the second most broken Bros move in the game. E-Guide pretty much just talks about...
It is the most broken.
It just talks about the map. You know, normal stuff. Like Ghost said, we bought some red peppers and the chomps. It'll be pretty important for the boss fight coming up. We're actually not going to use red peppers on the upcoming boss because of the Big Pal badge. The Big Pal badge, I think the multiplier for the Big Pal badge just on Sherboy Brat is more than a red pepper, I believe.
Oh, sorry, actually, I misspoke then. Yeah, the big power badge gives you a power up that doesn't overlap with the chili peppers, but there is another thing that we will get later that gives us a power up that will overlap with the chili peppers.
Yeah.
My bad, I misspoke.
No, it's fine, it's fine. But yeah, you saw I bought a
anyways.
pair of pants for Luigi as well. That'll come into play later on, but not right now. We just got more defense for Luigi right now.
Yeah, another important thing to note, as EGAD actually mentions, that the gate to Shroob's Castle has opened up in Peach's Castle. Shroob's Castle is the final dungeon of the game. I'm not particularly sure why they just opened the path to the final dungeon, because you cannot get there until you have the 5 Cobalt Star Shards. But it's there, which is going to be interesting.
Be a little convenient for us, but since we are sub-robot, we are not TAS. We actually have to do a little bit of one more area, and arguably this area has the best music in the game. I know that's a hot take. I think Gritzy Desert has the best music in the game. Best area.
Yeah, I'm partial to Star Hill and Swamp Volcano, but Gritty Desert's very good as well. It was, I think, the first track of this series that was borrowed for Smash.
It's the only Mario and
Brawl.
Luigi sound music that I know that got remixed for Smash, I believe.
Yeah, they did put Dark Star Core / the grand finale from Bowser's Enzo Story into Smash 5, I believe.
It's not a remix,
or
though.
Smash Ultimate, but it's just straight up of the original track.
It's really interesting.
The original track's really good, so it's like, who cares?
If you go and listen to the Brawl remix of this theme, Yoko also did the music for that as well. Yoko did a lot of tracks for Brawl, and she got to remix her own song, which is pretty interesting. But it's a banger. Some cat jams, you know. Best new emote on Twitch.
So
there's a lot of cutscenes here. We're gonna try and talk through most of them.
Mamma mia!
If Ghost wants to, you know.
Yeah, you try to enter.
I don't know. We don't need to talk much during this cutscene. The cutscene itself is just entertaining.
It's pretty entertaining.
So we need to get into the dome in the center here. The problem is it's absolutely swarming with Shroobs. So we need to find a way in. And there's a bunch of little strats that you can do in this area. A bunch of little strats you can do in this area to optimize and save time, but unfortunately the big skips in this area do not work in this version.
Alright, so here we're going to mention, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about something that was found a really long time ago. It's called Gritty Desert Skip. So this area is called Gritty Desert, and you'll notice there's a blue pipe on the left side of the screen there, right? So you can actually enter that, and it will take you to the next area, Gritty Desert Caves, the second area after this. And that's basically exactly where we want to go to buy an item. So if only we could find a way into that blue pipe. There is actually a way to get in that blue pipe, but it's both North American only and emulator exclusive for some odd reason. I'm not exactly sure why, but you do an interesting top screen storage that you can take through loading zones as well as time holes. On console, for some reason, when you try and take the top screen storage to the time hole, it crashes. But for some reason on emulator, I guess the emulator doesn't actually emulate the game properly. You can take the top screen storage through the time hole.
It's an issue with the emulator, so the fact that it even works is kind of a mistake in the first place.
Super interesting.
The gimmick to this area is you need to hit the switches by these statues. And then there's a 10-second gap between when you hit it with one party and when you hit it with the other. So we need to move the adults to the opposite side and split everyone up.
So they're really trying to make us use the ball move here. Try to do a race against the clock here. Funnily enough, the first race that we did to actually open the time hole and get to the open the gate before the time hole, you can actually do that without ball, but it's just extremely precise and pretty much TAS only.
Yeah, you can do both of them without ball.
Oh, you can do this one too. Yeah, makes sense.
It's not too hard. I tried for a little bit and I got it RTA.
Oh.
It's tough and not really worth doing.
There's no point. It's slower.
There's no point. But yeah, theoretically, you could probably get to this area early, but there's no point, right? You get stuck.
Yeah, you can actually get inside the Cupazium before, let's see, I guess it's before going to Toadwood Forest, I think, if I remember correctly. Then there's this one room where we get to that you need ball for and spin jump. So can't do much there.
Quite tragic, but the boss of this area would be extremely tough at that level anyway, so probably a good thing. I'm not sure if there are any chomps and boxes. Probably are somewhere that we could get and
There's
do
a couple.
That'd be rough though.
Yeah.
It'd be like a 10-minute fight. 10-minute fight for no reason.
Worth noting that there's actually a spike pit on the bottom end of this screen. In theory, you would think that you could like do spike skip and like just do this area much quicker, but spike skip for whatever reason only works in Toadwood Forest. It doesn't actually work here.
Not sure why.
It also works in the Twomp Caverns. You can do it on the lava there.
Right.
So it's just different. There's just different properties of how they coded the hazards. I don't know what's specific about it, but
yeah, we used to do 2 spike skips in the run. There was a point in time where we were doing spike skip in Thwomp Volcano as well, but there's a very interesting skip you can do to skip all of Thwomp Volcano now, which is pretty nice.
And a skip that doesn't even bother going into that time hole.
Yeah, this is pretty much going to be the last area we do before the final area of the run. Believe it or not. So this cutscene is an obvious spoof on Star Wars. There is a lot of pop culture in this game, for some reason. I'm not sure why, but
yeah, why not?
The aliens are sacrificing Princess Peach to the Sarlacc pit, of course. But of course, we have an obvious reference to another game from around the same time this game came out. Funnily enough, there's a boss that we won't be fighting.
I like this cutscene because it shows Princess Sharub. Like, I like that this game actually bothers to show like the villains just doing stuff instead of just being, big looming threat in the castle. Like they're proactive and like actually doing things.
Which can't be said about the more recent games, right?
Not as much. I like how she's such a crowd pleaser.
There's a lot of troops here too. This is pretty scary. For some reason, they make the bottom screen really pixelated here. I guess to just show the scope of the area, but yeah, it looks really weird on the limited number of pixels you have on the DS. And of course, it's our boy, PD Piranha.
Best golfer this side of Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, this is the time where Nintendo was still putting PD Piranha and everything.
Yeah, and it was just before the time of Super Mario Galaxy when they started putting Rosalina and everything.
Alright, so this cutscene's over. You do have to mash there. Even though there are no text prompts, you can make the text appear faster though. Saves probably a few seconds at most, if that. But yeah, Princess Peach is dead pretty much. We have no reason to believe that she's not dead, so
We need to go get our revenge.
not sure why we keep even doing. We should just give up now.
I can't believe Princess Peach is dead.
Pretty much.
Sometimes I still hear her voice whispering in the wind.
Her baby screams. They still
One
hear
of the
those in
some
my
of the things that I do love about Paper Jam is there comes like the game is full of meta humor. There's a line where Peach is like, "Oh my gosh, if I have to scream, help me, Mario, one more time, I think I'm gonna lose it."
Yeah.
So this dark room is significantly harder than the first dark room of the run. Pretty much the hardest dark room. We're gonna try and do a skip here. I fell there on purpose, of course, so I could show you guys that there is a platform over here that you can just barely jump to, and it will save a bit of time. Alright, so I'm gonna light the room now. And that's pretty clean, I would say. Hitting the first little skip of the room is pretty difficult, and the bars there are a lot more narrow, so I actually have to light the room. I can't do that one completely blind.
Remember to save.
It's just way too risky. Oh, I've got heals though. We're fine. No worries. Normally the run would be dead if I die here because I don't pick up 1-up mushrooms, but we've got 4 1-up mushrooms. Hopefully I won't die 4 times. The counterattacks for this boss fight are also pretty simple. He has a fire flower attack, which is pretty awkward. But hopefully we won't see that, you know. Hopefully we'll just get in and get out.
Luigi must go. His people need him.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So yeah, we replace him with a shrew for the rest of the game.
Be interesting. So this boss is pretty interesting. I know I say everything's interesting, but it really is.
I like how he enters in like it's a wrestling match or something. Like this whole fight just looks like a wrestling match.
Why did they give him a lollipop? Why did they give him such big lips? I couldn't tell you. There is no answer.
But he's a brat.
I guess. It's just so unique. Like, it's crazy to me.
Yeah, so this is Sherboy Brat, and this is where you're going to see the first of a couple Infinite Rose attacks that can be utilized here. So he's going to do Pocket Chomps, which is slightly better than Trampolines. Trampolines is really easy to drop.
First, we're going to bait for defense down and use our Big Pal badge.
Yeah, so we're going to try and get a defense down and get an excellent on this Bro Flower. They got a defense down, that's very good. So hopefully gets a speed down.
Until that
He's going to get 2 excellents here to power poke the bros.
Nice.
Well, just to be clear, the badge is equipped, the Big Pal badge. When you get a grade on a bow item, it'll give you a pow boost.
I think it's like 1.6 times power or something.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Dang. What? I don't have 1-ups. Alright. I don't have 1-ups though? I thought I did, but that's fine.
Buy them.
I did, right?
You got the shroom drops?
We can fix this. Don't worry. Just look away for a second, guys. Promise everything's fine. So normally you wouldn't even see that attack, but we got a lucky there. Quite weird. But it's all good. No worries. I thought I bought 1-ups,
I
but
thought you
apparently
did too.
not.
May have been before you sold them? I don't know.
It could have been.
Well, while we're while we're
We'll fix it. We'll fix it.
fixing this, I want to remind everyone that we are about almost 2 hours. Like we're just shy of an hour and 50 minutes into the run. This is Never Before Seen here on the GDQ hotfix. 1-ups are non-existent, but we are selling we are
Absolutely.
selling Mario Day celebrations. But no, seriously, this is Mario and Luigi Partners in Time being fixed. Quote unquote being fixed.
We're fixing it. No worries.
One of-
Just close your eyes for a second, and I promise everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
all
one
right?
of the perks of the Wii U version is, unlike the DS version, you have more than 2 saves.
Absolutely.
So sometimes in showcases in speedrunning, it is very, very natural for like needing a backup save or a safety save or something like that.
Yeah.
Especially in like really long runs or like low level runs or anything like that.
We don't
So-
need 1-ups where we're going.
We most certainly do not.
Let's see here. We're fixing it. We're fixing it. No worries, guys. Are your eyes still closed? Make sure they are.
Eyes are closed.
No peeking, no peeking.
We're going to work a little magic.
No peeking. All right. All right. All right. Just a few more seconds, guys. I'm just working my speedrunning magic right now, of course.
But I'd like to remind everyone that this Mario Day celebration is actually going to continue tomorrow as well. We're going to have a post-Mario Day episode of The First Step with Kizaron and J-Hobbs. They're going to be racing Super Mario All-Stars at 7 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check that out if you are enjoying the Mario content that we've had for the last, like, couple of days.
All right. You can open your eyes again. Run is saved. No worries.
The run is saved. Everything's under control.
Absolutely. Everything's always under control. That was intentional. I just wanted to show you guys that.
I mean, this is a RPG about time traveling.
Exactly.
Gotta time travel a little bit.
Easy time travel, and just like that, we're safe.
So this may or may not technically invalidate the run in terms of leaderboard viability, but I mean,
It's still official in our
it
hearts.
was not going to set world record. This game is, as you mentioned earlier on in the run, Tucker Conroy, when he does Let's Play, said record in this game is easy. It has never been easy.
Absolutely not.
Except for
And,
the time and when he set record in a marathon run.
Absolutely true. All right, headset's coming off again though. I'm gonna try and focus. That's not what I was supposed to die to, but you know, whatever.
But actually, while we're in the midst of all these intros, where can like how did you get into running this game? Like, how did you start running the Mario and Luigi series?
How did I start running this game? I started running this
Yeah.
game just because I was interested, because it is my favorite Mario and Luigi game, and it's something I wanted to try running. I ran this game when the world record was 4 hours and 17 minutes, so we've came quite a long way, I would say.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was like the second quote-unquote serious runner of this game. And I mostly just got into it because this was a childhood favorite of mine, and I really like the way this game has skill expression in its route. So,
That's awesome.
anyone who's
Alright.
interested in it or any of the Mario and Luigi games, we do have a community Discord. You can access it pretty much from the speedrun.com page of any of the games in the series.
I'm gonna go ahead and link that page now. Check that out, as well as the leaderboards of the other games that we had tonight on Never Before Seen. Definitely check that out.
Alright, so Snowian's gonna take off his headset here, so that we can do commentary for this part uninterrupted. This is probably the longest individual attack. It's the longest individual attack in all bosses. In any percent, it might be the second longest.
Yeah.
The way Pocket Chomps work, Sorry, you're gonna say.
Depends on exactly what happens in the. Depends on exactly what happens in the later bosses. This might be longer or shorter than what happens there, but yeah.
So, the perfect attack here is about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So you're gonna see a lot of this going on here, and it gets very tense. Essentially, one bro comes up on the side, and then one baby will be on top of the chomp, and one baby will be on its chain. The one on its chain will be able to do an additional couple points of damage. And yeah, the timing here gets really intense. It's a little easier to follow when you're watching it on stream, but when you're playing it, you don't really have a lot of time to adjust.
And this
Does
is.
this have a speed cap?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
it
max
does.
speed it's around a second. So there's between hits, and I guess it's like, I don't know, 10, 15 frames to react. Well, probably less than that actually.
There's also a little bit of variance too as well on the timing of your hit. Sometimes you get like a hit that springs you really far away from Shrewvoid Rat, and sometimes you'll get one that just barely gets you a little bit of distance and the chomp catches up to you a little bit.
Yeah, you actually have some leniency. You can miss hits like he's done a couple times and still continue the attack because it'll just bring you closer to the chomp. If you miss too close to each other, then eventually the chomp will catch up to the bro in front,
Yeah,
and that'll end the attack.
its speed is so high that like it's pretty much 2 consecutive failures will usually cause the chomp to catch up to you. You also don't want to hit it with the baby on the head there, because baby on the head, if it hits the chomp, it makes it angry and it speeds up.
Oh my goodness, this is like genuinely like just knowing that it's this many consecutive inputs is really impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just like mesmerized by
Totally.
watching it go back and forth.
Wait till it gets to copy flowers too.
And this is why the record is so hard to take.
I've only ever one-cycled this boss once. As I mentioned, like a perfect fight on this will take about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. All right, so 718 damage.
that's-
That's
All right,
Doesn't
I'll
have
put the
much
headphones
HP
back
left.
on. Yeah, because this should be fairly simple to do.
yeah. So it's not a one cycle, which is going to cost a little bit of time, but he only
That's
has I think
fine.
900 HP. So
Yeah,
Should
with the
take
2
about-
flowers at the beginning.
Should take about 120.
mhm.
Some Looney Tunes level of stuff
It
going on
is.
right now.
I love.
Just wait.
Anyways, it's one of the downsides to switching to Wii U to run this game is you
The
run on
input
Wii
lag
U,
makes this
the
so
input
much
delay
more
makes it
difficult. Absolutely, it's night and day between playing on Wii U and 3DS. On DS, I could get a one cycle like with my eyes closed pretty much, but on Wii U, the input delay makes it so much more difficult.
And the attack does end automatically when you kill the boss, which is really nice. In Superstar Saga, the infinite attacks
infinites.
in that game, you could just keep on going forever even after it was dead. So that's a really good change that they made.
That should have been a one cycle, but I just got nervous because I realized that he was almost dead. I was like, and I started freaking out, but we're all good. We're probably at around 1:55 right now,
Yep.
if I had to guess. Exactly, right? Like,
You ended
for real?
that fight at 1:55:58 on the.
that is insane that I don't have any timer pulled up. Like, that was a complete guess, so crazy.
So now we're in Gritty Caves, and we came here to go to the shop that's in Gritty Caves.
Oh no.
We're gonna get another badge that'll be the upgrade to the Big Cow badge.
So this isn't done in the task because the task is inhuman and thus can play perfectly. As human beings, even Snowy on here, who I'm still not entirely convinced is not secretly a robot, still difficult enough time on the final boss, which is rather infamous and takes up a very large portion of this game. It's quite common for people to say that the final boss of this game took them upwards of an hour to beat casually, which is one of the longest in any RPG ever. Even in the speed run, it takes like 20 minutes.
So Luigi does have the pants on. I just had to make sure that this save has pants on Luigi. He does have the shell slacks. Alright, so this is the Dire Pal badge. Crazy badge. So crazy, in fact, that it is worth the like 15-ish minute detour that it takes to come and get it.
Yeah, big power increases your offense by like 1.6 or 1.8, and it doesn't stack with like multiplier, and it doesn't stack with chili peppers. Dire Pow increases it by 2.5 when your HP is under a quarter. And it can stack with chili peppers, which means that our offensive output is going to save boatloads of time on the final boss.
So now we're gonna do a death warp strategy. When you die in this game, you can either return to your last save or go back to Peach's Castle. And right now we want to go back to Peach's Castle, so this is a really convenient way to get back quicker.
A little time save there. If you don't save before money glitch, the only option is to return to Peach's Castle, so you don't have to scroll down. But
Boy,
of course, you know.
save like 2 frames or something.
Yeah, it'd save the frame it takes to scroll down one.
So real quick,
Pretty significant.
So this skip we're going to do right now is the big skip of this game.
I have one-ups.
As I mentioned, you can access the gate to the final dungeon of the game, but there's no real, like... You can access it, but there's no way to get through. Now, every Mario RPG has a big skip. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga has a skip which involves writing your overworld commands and doing a complicated series of inputs that you can barely even keep track of. Paper Mario's involves a frame-perfect jump off of an invisible seam on a building, and Thousand Year Door has a skip involving manipulating items, storing text from your partners, and clipping through the floor. This game has FGS, or gate skip. The F stands for family friendly. And
kind
the
of a
reason
meme.
it's called this, you will see very shortly. So this is the gate into Sherwood Castle.
And we're in the final area of the game.
We're now in the final area of the game. That is as free as they come. One of the easiest glitches I have ever seen, and the fact that it skips that much of the game is just utterly ridiculous. So to explain really what happens there with gate skip, when you go into Boll form, do you need to focus on the fight here at all, by the way?
No, you're good.
Yeah. So when you go into Boll form, your characters actually like move like I think 8 pixels backwards. So you point to the left and you move less than 8 pixels to the left of the corner there. Go into Boll form and you get lodged just enough into the wall there that you can just roll through the gate essentially. I hope I explained it relatively well, Miku.
Yeah,
you understand the concept.
That's how it works. I mean, we don't really know exactly why ball clipping works in some places and doesn't work in other places. I think there are like less than 5 places in the entire game where there's actually somewhere you can clip by just using ball in a particular place, and 2 of them are useful. You'll see. Actually, sorry, there's more than that. There's it's surprising how many of the places that even are known are actually useful. There's a few more in the run. There's 2 more in the run.
Yeah,
But
there's one in Thwomp
this is the last
Volcano.
dark room.
Yeah, there's one in Thwomp Volcano as well, which is really, really time-saving in all bosses. So the trade-off to doing this skip when we do is that this game's strongest bros attacks, copy flowers, red shells, and mixed flowers are not available to buy in the shop. There is actually a skip in all bosses to get up to that switch really quickly without having to do the dark room, but since we don't have the baby spin, we don't have
Baby
access
pancakes.
to baby pancakes, baby spin cakes, which is
I love that it's called the baby pancakes.
advanced speed deck. So Snowian's routing through this dungeon is going to be very peculiar, actually. He's going to
Alright, I have it set. The opposite of what I think it is. So it's fine that Luigi died there.
Yeah, so we're gonna do some grinding here. We're still at a really low level to defeat the final boss. I think we're level 8 or 9 now, and we want to get to level 12. And in these battles, we want to get 2 enemies.
That's really awkward. That's fine though. The RNG manip that we did earlier did work, but I just have to.
Yeah, and the way
Figure
it
out
works
which-
is the way the RNG works is when you start a battle, it looks at the DS clock actually, and it turns out that specifically when determining how many enemies are going to be in these battles, it'll alternate between 2 seconds in a row, giving 2, and then 2 seconds giving 1, 2 seconds giving 2, 2 seconds giving 1. So you have to know specifically what the seconds of the DS clock is.
I give up.
Yeah, so it's somewhere along the line of keeping track of the time, something went wrong, and so the manipulation isn't quite working. So we might have to take an extra battle later on.
That's fine though. It is faster to do the RNG manip, but whatever. So you see we're at level 9 right now. We're gonna try and get to level 12. Wow. I haven't even accidentally gotten to a double. Alright. We'll try and figure it out though. I think it's definitely worked. It's just the numbers are slightly off to where it's awkward.
Yeah, it might be like on a fraction of a second off, so.
26, 27, try 28. What? This is crazy. Alright. Well, I'm just killing you. I'm tired of dealing with you.
Yeah, I don't know what happens when you have to reset and restart the game.
Yeah, I'm sure that had something to do with it, but
The I don't think it's fully known how exactly the Wii U emulates the DS clock.
it definitely works.
I don't know.
But
I mean, it works, but it's strange.
alright, so the 6 is super important here. Alright, let's go. Alright, so that's probably the most important role of the run, and we'll figure out why a bit later on.
Yeah, we actually need some to get some HP on Mario, and earlier we got the shell slacks for Luigi, which increases defense. So it
2?
probably seems a little bit strange in speedrun you have to increase HP and defense, but we'll explain that later on.
Man, you're
I
the
can't handle
worst-
this too.
having the worst luck on these raccoons.
We're just going for it now. We'll see what the game does. I'm just
The
going for it.
Tashroomba, I think is what they're called, which is a combination of
Let's
Tanuki,
do it.
Shroom, and Goomba.
Took long enough.
Pretty sure this
Thanks,
one
guys.
like has a minimum of 2.
I think with all that RNG manip you did earlier on, you manipulated it too hard, and then it reverted back to 1.
Yeah. All of the tactical fails we did earlier, it's coming back. They're messing with us now. Sometimes it just
all of
doesn't work
the-
out.
All of the solo Tashruba encounters in here are 1 or 2.
There's one later on that's can have 3. We'll see if we can get 3.
Yeah.
The nice thing about Fire
Alright, so I
Flower is
need this
they
4.
can burn an enemy, and burning skips an enemy's turn. But we want to get to level
Yeah, it's really
12, is it?
Yeah. So we're almost there.
Yeah, Mario's
I
HP
think
is
it's
really important.
Right?
Do you still pick up Space Pants?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
We just don't pick up the Supreme Slacks. There is another RNG manip thing that we can do to pick up an overpowered pair of pants for Luigi as well, but we are not going to be doing that. Alright. Thankfully, they've changed their mind and decided to give me 2 now.
Yeah, so it takes 8 Tashrubas, that amount of EXP to get to level 12. So ideally you fight 4 of these 2 encounters. But you got, what, 2 encounters with 1 each first?
So we're going to have to take an
Oh,
extra
yeah.
encounter, but that's fine. That's fine. so Mario and Luigi should level up again. Yeah. All right, so this should be 2-roll. And after this, we can level up Mario's pal because we've hit perfect rolls on his HP.
Yes.
So that 6 is actually deceivingly more difficult than it looks because the 1 on the wheel is there's also a bunch of 2s on the wheel. So hitting that 6 is pretty deceptive. And if you miss that 6, you can still recover, but then if you miss the 4 on the next roll, your run's dead. So it sucks, but it has happened plenty of times.
By the way, so I think the frame window for getting a roll is, I think it's 8 frames. So it's not too bad, but it's definitely precise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the vast majority of skips in this run, they were found by Solidified Gaming. A lot of the tech and tricks were found by Tall, but sadly, a lot of Tall's finds are not in the game. There's one still left, which is the any % strategy through the final dungeon here, which is slower than the strategy used in all bosses, because we don't have as many overworld abilities.
I died.
But oh my gosh, you were getting such bad luck here.
Nah, it's my fault. I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, so even though we're in the final dungeon early, it's still impossible to complete it glitchless because you need the later abilities, Baby Spin, to actually complete it.
We're killing this guy.
You did get Space Pants, right?
I did. I equipped them already. Alright, so we're gonna wake up this guy.
I was busy talking. So the idea with the Space Pants is they're the best armor you can fairly easily get. They're called Space Trousers in North American version, but we call them Space Pants because they're like really good. They give really good armor, but they also give plus 30 offense as well.
No way! It's fine though. We're living.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned yet, but there's a really the badge we have now equipped, the Dire Power badge. It does more damage when you are less than a quarter HP. A really easy way to get that is just by dying in an encounter, and that resets your HP to 1.
And it's really safe because the babies are pretty much always there as your insurance policy. Like, they'll be able to escape where the adults can't.
Tactical.
And also, what less than a quarter HP is exactly when that little I don't know what to describe it, but the yellow effect around the HP number is there.
Alright, so a bit of a scuffed Shroob's Castle, but you know, better scuffed than nothing. And let's see, winging this last roll. Alright. So I have all the copy flowers available in this area, 9. That is the only number of copy flowers the game gives you. I'm gonna pick up these trampoliners here as a part of the new thing I'm gonna try to be doing, and this is what allows us to actually have this all work. Oh,
Yeah, so you can do a ball clip just before hitting the loading zone there, and then be able to grab the babies from out of bounds and reach the kind of awning there that you can't really reach normally.
we're
And this
showing
ball
it off.
clip, I mean, you just go in the corner and use ball, and that's it.
It's pretty
It's
simple.
kind of strange. It just works like that. But
There's sort of like
It's
a
incredible
there's like a
that it was found.
there's like a pseudo like Z coordinate there. Like there's like verticality to this dungeon, but like you kind of mess with it by going out of bounds.
yeah, sometimes when you're out of bounds, floors get very strange. Sometimes you'll snap up to floors that are underneath, or that you're underneath. And sometimes you'll just stay on whatever floor height you were previously on, even if there's not really like a floor there. But yeah.
And the scary thing with this dungeon is this is the only area that has the most fearsome random enemy in the game, which is the Shrewoid Rex. And the thing that's scary about the Shrooboid Rex is, unless you're faster than it, it is the only enemy in the game that can guaranteed hit you. Its charge is just not something you can jump over, unfortunately, which is kind of not great design because it's the only enemy like that in the entire game. So we're really doing this whole section very out of order.
I'm gonna save here just in case. I shouldn't hit an encounter, but just in case that I do. These guys are pretty easy to avoid. The only thing that's a problem is these Elder Shroop things. Even this guy's not a problem.
It pretty much skips the end of the dungeon. It was pretty close to it. Normally, when you come up here for the first time, you're supposed to do Shroob Saucer minigame, which we'll see another version of later. And then you're supposed to get, when you almost get to the top, you're supposed to get all the way down to the basement, then you have to go back around, go to the right side where he is now, and then reach this place.
Well,
so this
lengthy
skips,
dungeons, bunch of there's a statue puzzle. Yeah, there's a statue puzzle, a UFO minigame, a sewer section. There's a whole bunch of crap to this dungeon that kind of sucks to do. Old 90% routes would go into the sewers to grab some items, but Snowian has just enough of what he needs to be able to reasonably do the final boss as low level as he is.
Yep. Hopefully anyway, right? So what are we at right now? About 210?
I love this statue because I love this tower. 213. 214.
Right,
this tower is, it's got 3 save points in it, which basically screams, this is the point of no return. We are going to be done with this game. So anyway, you see the 5 Cobalt Star shards that we've assembled. 2 of them just kind of appeared inside Stuffwell. Stuffwell had them all along. That's why he's the greatest ally, and why you don't see him in later games, because he was secretly the villain the entire time. That's the twist. That is the big twist we referred to earlier. Except it isn't.
Or is it?
You see that smile.
Or
that smile is hiding
it?
some malice underneath it.
For sure. I'm gonna open up the stream actually. I want to see what time I enter the UFO minigame. We're not actually that far behind, believe it or not, despite all of what has happened. Alright, so this is one of the last little bouts of text, pretty much. Oh.
So right here, Princess Peach tries to reveal an important detail, but I think this game loves to have like the twist of somebody about to reveal something and then just something bad happening. So Mario says that he's trying to complete the Cobalt Star, but Peach screams, "No!" Says you cannot complete the Cobalt Star. Bad stuff will happen. But before she explains anything, we come under fire by the Shroom mothership. Conveniently, they decided to attach a spaceship to the top of the hat of this giant statue. Now that is gutsy. I applaud that minion who holds her wine on a big old tray there while they're out floating, you know, hundreds of feet in the air. It's like that minion does not get paid enough.
Dedication. Alright, so this is like one of the only minigames we're actually going to do in the run. And this minigame isn't that bad, honestly. It's super RNG dependent though, so hopefully we can get a pretty fast one.
I generally think the minigames in this game are decently fun, but I will admit that it's nice being able to skip them nonetheless. There aren't many of them, not nearly the amount in Bowser's Inside Story, but there are a few.
Alright, we're still well on pace to be under estimate, so everything's fine.
Yeah, if everything goes well, we should probably get like a 248, 249.
Alright, not cool, dude. They're probably gonna chill up there. Yeah. That's a pretty awkward spot. But look at that thing is right there. Alright, she's probably gonna come down to the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, so this mini game, you just need to shoot 4 ships back at the mothership before 4 ships come into contact with you.
Okay, she's gonna chill at the top. See if I can hit this one. Okay.
Just basically using the bros on the bottom to
Okay. It's pretty okay.
charge up the height and then make the fire. Very good, very good. So
Pretty good RNG.
we are going to enter the final boss very shortly, and this final boss is the main reason we do this run in on the Japanese version or European or Korean, but not North American. Most bosses in this game have a couple hundred more HP. The Japanese and all later releases after North American, in this fight, however, well, she has like, I think, a combined 9,000 hit points on the North American version, and only about 5,500 across the
Yeah, something like
multiple,
that.
across the multiple phases, because what final boss doesn't have multiple phases in an RPG?
Alright, as soon as this fight starts, I'm actually gonna take off the headset again, just because I want to try and focus. We're gonna actually be doing a lot of copy flowers on this fight. So hopefully I get to show off some good copy flowers. We're gonna do another chomp. We'll see how good I can do another chomp. And then we're just gonna hope to get lucky. Hopefully I don't die, but I also do have a lot of 1-ups just in case we do. Yeah, wish me luck, wish me luck, wish me luck. Should be fine.
Good luck.
So
Honestly-
shoutouts to the dope final boss theme.
If things go well, we can even be under a 248. 248's a pretty safe estimate, but if things go well, this can probably be a 246, 245. But
Oh, good luck.
we'll see, we'll see. This is absolutely the craziest part of the run, and of course right at the end. So,
Alright, so starting up on phase 1 of the fight, Princess Shroop here has this big blue shield. You need to make contact with it 15 times for it to break. So, in runs where we have more items, we use copy flowers, but we need to be a little bit more cautious of resources. So instead he's going to do a trampoliners, which can basically get 15 hits fairly easily. This attack keeps going
Yeah.
until you miss an input. And then you get 3 more hits after that. 1 for each bro that hasn't fallen yet.
It's only a little bit slower than using a copy flower. And since the copy flowers are so limited, you only have a finite number of them. And since we can't buy them, it's really important to use them. And since they're a lot better, faster, does more damage.
Yeah,
It's good to
so
save them.
hopefully Snowy on games like a beast, he can make this fight pretty quick with some copy flowers here. So the way about copy flowers is kind of like super jumps in Super Mario RPG, except you have all 4 bros coming up. The timing gets more intense, and you can repeat this attack infinitely until you drop an input. There's at its max speed, there's a 19 frame window between each bro that hits enemy.
Yeah.
And there's a 5 frame window to actually hit the button. So you need to figure out what button to press extremely quickly and have good timing with the correct button.
So yeah, we want to see hopefully at least 400 to 500 per copy flower here. If it's really good, it might be possible to do 3 copy flowers, but well, probably at the end there'll have to be an extra rocket chomp. But let's see. This is 1700 HP. So
About
doing
1,220 left.
yeah.
There's a little bit of luck element to this. You want to see the adults a lot more than the babies, especially Mario, who has the most offense of the 4.
Yeah, but it'll even out for a lot of hits anyway, so it's not a big deal. 500. So 1 good copy flower can kill.
Yeah, as I did mention, when many bosses, when they get under a certain HP threshold, in this case under 850, the boss goes into a desperation mode and starts doing more attacks. Thankfully, she did the fastest attack, so he should be able to kill part 1 on this turn.
Yeah, so I think there's around 200 or 300 HP left. And so it's not worth to use another copy flower just for that, so use a pocket jump instead.
Yeah, this is slower, but again, we're just going for completion. We're not really going for, we're going for completion, not for the world record here, so, you know, you take your time when you need to.
Also, it's really good to kill her before next turn, because she can do some pretty long attacks.
Yeah, so far Snowian's hit around 60 with each copy flower. It's really impressive when it starts getting above like 80. And I think his personal best in practice is like 175.
Yeah, that's what I think it is, yeah. So that
Alright.
was a pretty good battle. That's pretty much what you'd expect.
I saved a copy flower there. If that was a PB attempt, I have a new strat where I would go for a trampoliner there. Like, I could have 100% killed her with a trampoliner there, but I didn't want to risk it, because if I missed that trampoliner, she would have went back into her shield. So I just went safe. But I'm going to save a copy flower, because I'm going to try and do one copy flower on the next phase here. And we'll see how that goes. Earlier today, I got a.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say earlier today, I got around a 100, around a 100 hit copy flower on first phase. So we'll see if I'm feeling confident enough. We'll see.
But here's the big
all of those
twist.
copy flowers I missed there were me pressing the button early.
So here's the big twist. Princess Shrew is defeated, but before her dying gasp, she says, "It's your turn to finish this now, sister." And this reveals that the when Peach threw the Cobalt Star at Princess Shrew, she actually threw it at the older Princess Shrew, and that there's another Princess Shrew, a much meaner one, sealed in the Cobalt Star. And she kept the final piece for herself, and Bowser, being the, you know, knucklehead that he is, decides to put it back together. It's actually a nice twist, because the game actually builds up to it surprisingly well in various other portions of the game. But we skipped some of those, admittedly. So now we
It's
have
a really
the...
good twist of the
Now we have
collect all the other things for each game.
Yeah, so now we have the far bigger, meaner, and far more attractive Princess Shrew.
Absolutely. All right. So what happens now is the game automatically heals you. And so the reason that those rolls were so important for Mario is because we needed him to be above 49 HP. Otherwise, he couldn't survive 2 hits to get into Dire Pal. But luckily, everything's fine.
This boss attacks quite a lot, and we're going to want to take hits to get down to under a quarter HP. So the best attack you can really hope to see from her, the Chomp is actually one of the best, because it's one of the easiest to manipulate health, but it's also very quick to cancel and relatively easy to time. I want to keep an eye on the number of shrewd UFOs on the top screen, because those actually determine how long her attacks get in this phase.
So in this fight, not only are you healed at the beginning, but also if you're low HP, Peach will often heal you. So you'd have to get into dire status again. So that's why it's important to have a specific HP and defense, because it just makes it so that you can pretty much always get into dire status with almost any attack.
This charge here is one of the worst cues in the game. She opens her mouth when she's planning to charge you. And if she doesn't open her mouth, or if she opens her mouth, she'll do a feint. If she doesn't open her mouth, she'll just charge right at you. That's what I meant to say, sorry. So, we don't want to keep wasting time healing back up, and we do need as many copy flowers as possible. So, Pocket Chomps is the slower but consistent strat to deal with the second phase of this fight.
Yeah, we really need copy flowers on the last phase because, well, I'll explain that when we get there. But since we were so limited with the number of copy flowers, it's just you have to be really, really good at copy flowers, like task level, to not use this chomp.
Also, I love this final boss theme. The next one's honestly one of the most like unique final boss themes I think I've ever heard. It's not quite Dark Star Core or Grand Finale level from Bowser's Inside Story, but it's neat. I think I cut out of my back.
I hear you.
Okay. I was worried there.
Oh yeah, I love her reaction to getting hit when she pulls up her arms. I think Sony had some frame drops.
I was worried it was my end. Oh well. Remember, 2 consecutive failures here, and he can lose it, and bad timing on the adult jump can also cause him to drop.
Alright, I'm gonna save state here. I need to. I don't want this game to go over estimate, I'm sorry, but I'll save state right here just to be safe.
1344, that was
chomp, so
that was
yeah.
really good. Yeah, so again, restore points invalidate the run for they invalidate the run for sake of leaderboard, but because the Wii U has the function, and you know, dying here can be a humongous setback, we're just gonna have it there.
Yeah. That attack in particular is probably the hardest one to dodge in this last phase. So yeah, it's recoverable, but I think that it's a good idea. It looks like the RNG is set too, so you're gonna always see that. So to this phase has 6 targets. You want to deal damage to the head. Before you do that, you need to kill the crown. And before you do that, you need to kill the feet so that you can actually target the crown. Yeah, with the crown alive, every attack does 1 damage to the face.
This grab attack she tries to do is one of the scariest in the fight, because if her tentacles on her feet are down, the timing desynchronizes, which makes this really, really awkward. So he wants to take out the feet tentacles so that he can attack the crown, which has 200 HP. And once he does that, he can start unloading on the face, which he will get either 4 or 5 turns to wail on the face. I think he's going to plan to go for 5 because that's a bit more consistent. And the face has 2,000 health.
Yeah, he's using save states because this is just a showcase of the run. It's not an official run or anything.
It's not an official leaderboard run.
Yeah, official leaderboard order. So, the issue with 1-ups is they put you at full HP or half HP depending on which type you use. So we'll have to get Luigi back into dire status to do more damage.
This isn't like Superstar Saga where Mario is the only damage dealer that matters.
Yeah, they're pretty much equal. Yeah, very convenient with our HP defense setup. You can do that with a lot of attacks.
Yeah, as mentioned, this final boss takes like 20 minutes of the run in any percent, so you absolutely want to be safe for a marathon showing. Red Shell's here, I believe it can go infinite as well, but it's only on ground-based enemies. It is the fastest attack, but it's so hard to keep going that we usually just resort to copy flowers. As it gets...
The DPS is a little bit better than copy flowers, but yeah, it only works for ground attacks.
Yeah, for anyone unfamiliar with DPS, it's just a MMO common term for damage per second. Essentially the rate at which you are dealing damage. Okay, so once the baby goes through the crown, he knows that he can start wailing on the head.
So,
I just want to say this is incredible.
So you'll see this counterattack does more damage, which it's nice seeing either the UFO or, oh no. Clutch. That is so much harder than it looks. That is the hardest thing in this fight, is countering that attack.
So the reason why he can't use pocket chomps on this one is because every time you go off screen during a pocket chomp, it attacks a random enemy. And those 4 tentacles are enemies that the pocket chomp will target. So you'll only hit the head 1 in 5 times. And it's really slow to deal with that. And this faces 2,000 HP on this version.
Yeah, so the attacks we really want to see her doing are the attack where she charges up an energy ball and the attack where she shoots UFOs floating in the sky, because those are counterattacks that will actually hit the face and make it so that the burden of copy flowers isn't as bad. So just as a note ahead of time, the final boss dying is not time. There's actually, this boss dying, technically there is a boss after, but it's a little bit more of a formality. There's a cutscene that plays after that. Once the credits start, that is time. So we still got a ways to go. Ooh.
Yeah, it's around 10 minutes after this boss dies. We still have ways to go here.
At this point, he has to kind of go for broke on the copy flowers because Mario died.
So, since Luigi is the one who selected this attack, it actually counts for the Dire Pow badge. Everybody gets the bonus still.
Yeah, so this turn, she's going to sprout her tentacles back up. and then he'll have one more turn before the crown respawns. I love just the static look of her jaw, just like agape the entire fight. All right.
I think there's around 500 HP left. I've been keeping places track, but it's something like that.
So the dodge for this one, by the way, is she spits an orb at the 6 UFOs on the top screen, and the orb bounces off of them in a specific order, and either lights them on electricity or fire. And oh my god.
No. Oh.
That attack, when it winds counterclockwise, is really bad.
Yeah, the triple foot spin attack she does when she's a lower HP. On the US version, there's an attack that she has 4 feet to go around, which is close to impossible. I think this can be the last copy flower. Don't change anything.
Oh well. Oops. We're gonna have to restart the fight. That blows.
That stinks.
It does, but it's fine. Because I'm gonna stay on the mic this time. My bad. I'm sorry that we had to save state and we had to reload the save. Normally doesn't happen. It's the first time that I've actually had to do that in a run. Most of my other
That's
marathon.
okay. This fight is absurd, and the speed that you're doing these inputs at is incredible.
Most.
Like, someone said, "Yeah, I could probably hit the buttons these fast," but accurately is entirely a different matter.
Yeah, I've done this marathon. I've done this marathon run on DS before as well, but
Yeah, DS is slower, but it's more consistent.
oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. DS is way easier to play on. Like, Wii U sucks. I hate Wii U so much. But yeah, I'll beat it this time. Promise, guys. I've just been lacking.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who are unaware, the Wii U Virtual Console version is faster because of faster cutscenes, faster text, but it does have input delay, unlike playing on a 3DS or a DS, and that makes this fight much harder.
Yeah, because like I mentioned, it's 19 frames in between the fastest speed of copy flowers. I'll count damage for you this time. I probably could have done that. I don't know how close you was to dead there.
You reset before these ran out of copy flowers. First time.
I believe the feet tentacles have 500 HP or 450, one of the two.
Yep, 500, yeah. I want to say that's one of the few enemies which actually has less HP on the US version. I think it's 360 on US.
I'd really like chat right now to give all of your energy to Snowion. All the good vibes, well wishes, and good luck to Snowion as he takes on this boss again. This boss is really, really difficult, even on reduced health from playing on JP, so all the good vibes, folks.
Ideally, it should take 4, or with a really well executed copy flower, 3 to kill, but it's very difficult to dodge all the attacks on top of everything. That was a damn good copy flower.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
By my calculation, she should have just a little under 300 HP left.
Ooh, alright. Let's see it.
All right. I
Woohoo.
told you.
Okay, I added a couple extra damage points somewhere along the equation. It doesn't matter. That is the
We did
hardest
it.
part of the run by a substantial margin.
Yeah, we got a pretty good coffee flower right there at the end. Even if I didn't get that good of a coffee flower, still would have been fine. She still would have died to counterattack, but unfortunate Luigi's pal up ran out there. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
No worries. Pretty poor showcasing of the game, but that's fine, honestly. Just glad we get to show it off, you know?
This will be, like, I want to say based on my usual timing with this game. Let me pull it up. I need to still have my splits for this game.
I hope so.
Oh, poor baby Luigi.
So yeah, this actually shows off that baby tears are the cure for the shrooms. Shrooms' weakness is baby tears for some reason.
Yes.
What?
So
Unshubified.
Don't worry, it's far from the only thing that doesn't make sense in this game. Like flooding the world of the past with water.
baby tears.
So we invented this machine to shoot enough water to put out a volcano that is erupting.
Now
So-
he puts some chemical with the same composition as baby tears and shoots it all over to everywhere. in the world.
Salt and water.
No, it has to be baby tears.
And
completely
pure
different.
impurity. Alright, so it should be just a inch over estimate.
It's gonna be like 30 seconds over, probably. But that's fine.
I mean,
Hey, we're right on
even
time.
Even with the third phase of the final boss not going well, like, that was still an incredible display. Like, I mean that.
That second to last
But,
coffee flower, I think you had like 80 plus, 90 plus hits.
Yeah.
That is definitely a 70 or 80 hit copy flower. It's pretty nice, especially because Luigi's power up ran out. So.
And the game isn't over still, but while we're in the middle of this cutscene, do y'all have any shout-outs you'd like to make? Tell the lovely people in chat where they can find you, all that good stuff.
You can find me on Snowyon. You can follow my Twitch. I do runs like this all the time.
He's run basically every game in this series except the original Superstar Saga.
I'll flex a little bit. I have world record in this game. It's a 236.43, I believe, or 236.43. But I also have world record in Paper Jam and the Superstar Saga remake as well. Both of which are very interesting runs. Paper Jam, of course, you know, is super broken. One day I'll go back and try and improve that.
Yeah, at the moment, only 3 people have actually completed a run under 3 hours in this game. Dosterf, German runner who's been around a while, runs on the European version, which doesn't really make a substantial difference. So if you are interested in learning this game, that version will work fine. The Japanese version goes on eBay for like $15. So if you're ever interested in running on ES or trying to run on Japanese Virtual Console or European Virtual Console, those will work well. Yoshizilla as well, definitely big shout out. He's run just about every Mario RPG there is at this point. Paper Mario 1, 2, and 3 he's very good at, like all of those. He's got pretty solid times in this game's any percent compared to the rest of the pack. And also very good at Superstar Saga. Yeah, shoutouts to just a couple German runners, Sir Roven, I play like Maxi, and Dosterf, all very helpful people. Huge shoutouts once again to the Brazilian phenom that is Anwanu, who is, you know, the driving factor behind why this game exists as a speed game to this day. Yeah, definitely huge shoutouts to Beastly N64 for some of the strats they found. Tall, Solidified Gaming, they found some really useful strats that really opened this game wide open, like broke this game wide open. So, we have one final fight here. It's the one time we've seen Bowser this entire game. Canonically, he is a boss, but he is, once you defeat him, he falls through a time hole and is just kind of knocked unconscious.
Absolute banger that we have not heard yet, by the way.
So we have one final fight to do here, but this fight's unlike any other. As is tradition per Mario and Luigi lore, I guess, every final boss consists of something relating to inside of Bowser. You fight Cackleta's soul in Bowser. You fight Dark Fawful inside Bowser in Bowser's Inside Story. In Dream Team, you fight something in Bowser's Dream. Paper Jam, the two Bowsers combine. And in this game, Elder Princess Shrew turns herself into a mushroom. Bowser eats her, and then you fight her spirit possessing him. Unlike every other fight in this game, this is not a conventional fight. You have to dodge or counter every single one of Shrouzer's attacks. You don't get a turn in this fight. But the health is notated at the top. You either dodge or deflect 20 points. Some attacks do half a heart, some do a full heart, and you have to deplete 10 hearts, which is up to 20 attacks, or some that do 2, I guess. You can also tell that Snowyon has run this game quite a lot when he flexes with his hammer inputs to the music.
Come on, give me the big orb. Yes! Perfect. That was pretty good RNG, actually.
Yeah, that was.
He didn't give me too many long hammer attacks. But yeah, that's the final fight. All that's left is mashing. Think we're gonna be overestimate by like 40-ish seconds, 50 maybe. But that's fine. Pretty good, all things considered. That didn't happen on Sherboy Brat. I don't know what happened to my one-ups, dude. I'm still upset about that. I'll never forget that.
Basically, everything went wrong, and you still ended up with a time that would be good enough for like 3rd place on the leaderboard if this counted as a leaderboard viable run.
Yeah, everything pretty much went wrong. But it's all good. We're chilling right now. And sure.
So I did ask if I could do announcements, and found out my mic was muted the whole time. But for those of you who don't know, this weekend we are having a Resident Evil special. This Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, we will be having a Resident Evil marathon, so come see many of the mainline Resident Evil games being run into the night. That is being hosted and organized by AGDQ, who hosts speedruns from the Crypt here on Hotfix, and AGDQ is awesome. You should definitely go support that and check it out when it happens. And also this Sunday, we're having the premiere episode of Speed Season 3, which I will be hosting. I'm the host for that, so check that out Sunday at 1 p.m. If you want to find out more, type in the SS3 !SS3 command, and you'll get all the info for that. And then...
Wait, 1 second. Time's coming up right...
Oh, yeah.
Now. Time. So, not too bad. You can keep going, though.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. That was... It looks like... Yeah, it was just, like, a little bit overestimate, but still, like, an incredible estimate there. Like, almost perfectly accurate. But, I just want to remind people, if you are living in a place in the U.S. that observes daylight savings time, that's happening. GDQ Hotfix follows Eastern U.S. time zones, so that is going to be springing ahead this weekend. So just be aware of that if you want to catch any of our weekend stuff. Otherwise, you'll end up... Yo, we're under 1 second
Let's
underestimate.
go.
Shoutouts to
Let's go.
Richard.
Nah, I'm pretty proud of this run. I haven't played a lot on Wii U. I haven't played this game a lot recently, so even that's pretty impressive, in my opinion. Could definitely have done a lot better, but for what it is, it's what it is.
Game's hard. There's a reason I don't. There's a reason I've only once ever tried to run any percent post gate skip.
Yeah, but if any of you are interested in running any Mario and Luigi games, you should join the Mario and Luigi Discord. There's a channel for every Mario and Luigi game, from Superstar Saga to the Bowser's Inside Story remake. They're all there. Everybody, they all have a speedrun. They all have something that you can learn from if you're interested. Absolutely. I would, of course, encourage anyone who's even slightly interested to try it out, because I promise you'll love it. Like, when I didn't know what I was getting myself into around 4 years ago when I started running this game, but it's crazy. I've been through it all. I was there when the run was pretty much glitchless, and I'm here now when the run is this. You know, so it's been awesome.
Yeah, shoutouts. On a personal level, there's two final shoutouts I do want to have. First of all, shoutouts to these, three actually. One, shoutouts to Hotfix and Amber for taking this run, because we've been wanting to get this into a GDQ for a very long time, and I suppose this is a very good step in that direction. We were on the backup list one time, so we know that there's always that chance. We're really hoping to see this get into a mainline event. at some point in the future. But we're happy to show this on the channel in any way. Two, shoutouts to these two gentlemen with me, Snowian and Migu. The three of us have kind of been doing commentary and marathon runs of this for quite some time. We haven't done it in a while, but I don't know. It's fun to get the gang back together again. And then finally, shoutouts to Alpha Dream, the developer who made this game. Sadly,
Rest in peace.
went under after the Bowser's Inside Story remake failed to sell very many copies, but you know, they created some games that, you know, some childhood favorites of ours that'll stick with us for far longer than they ever did. So R.I.P. Alpha Dream. And that's it.
Yeah. Thank you again so much for submitting this as well. I reached out specifically for Mario runners, and I was like, man, there's a lot of Mario games that have been seen on main GDQ events, and I wasn't entirely sure what hadn't been seen. So I was really glad when Snowion was pointed in my direction by shoutouts to Mr. Shasta.
Yeah.
By the way, for pointing you in my direction.
Yeah, of course.
Anyone who's like Shasta's cool with, I'm like, you know what, I'm happy to have that. But that is going to be it for the episode here tonight. Tomorrow night, we're continuing up with a post-Mario Day episode of The First Step, where J-Hobbs and Keyzeron are going to be racing Super Mario All-Stars starting at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And again, like I mentioned, we follow Eastern U.S. time zones here at Hotfix, so just be aware of that, because this weekend that's springing ahead by 1 hour. So if you do want to check out the weekend content we have coming up, like the Resident Evil special or Speed Seasons 3 premiere on Sunday at 1 p.m., definitely be aware of that. But thank you all, and if you missed any part of this run, because I know this run was pretty long, we do have our runs uploaded to our YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much, and we would love to have you come over and support our live content here on Twitch via twitch.tv/GDQ. But that's going to be it for me. My name has been AmberCyprian, and thank you again to Snowion, Migu, Ghost Kumo for presenting this, and along with the other runners I had on, TPA Salt and Supersonic, for showcasing a really great series of. But we're gonna go ahead and cut to a short break, and we'll be sending you right over to another person doing another speed run. So go give them your energy, just like you gave Snowion energy. Take it easy, y'all.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks. A lot of fun.
Thanks again.